What great work on the national anthem by New York University assistant wrestling coach Edgar Jaramillo. Edgar, not only the assistant wrestling coach, but a former wrestler himself. Back in the day at Hunter College, Edgar wrestled in at 197.
That was inspirational.
And Tom Evans along with you today for broadcast of the University Athletic Association Wrestling Championships. And you are looking at the Veale Athletic Center on the campus of Case Western Reserve University, the site of today's UAA Championships. It is set to be a great morning and early afternoon, and we're proud to bring you the championships between the host school, the Spartans of Case Western Reserve. The Violets out of NYU made the trip from Gotham, and then the University of Chicago Maroons. And Tom, if you look at what NYU has done, not only this year but last year, they are the defending association champions. And really a year ago they ran away with it. 146.5 team points. Chicago was second with 118. The Spartans were a distant third with 45.5. You were telling me NYU comes in with 4 All-Americans right now?
Four ranked wrestlers on Intermat Wrestling and the 15th ranked team. So really having a great year at NYU.
So we've got 2 mats going, and as you're watching in the online broadcast, mat 1 is to the left of your split screen, and that has NYU Wrestling Chicago on it. And mat 2 is to the right of your split screen, and it's a matchup of 2 NYU. And on mat 1, far left, you see.
This is Littman and Gordon. Mateo Littman of University of Chicago and Harrison Gordon of NYU.
Lightweights, I think, Tom, are always the best to watch action-wise.
Well, they get it going a whole lot quicker, and that's where you run into your 15, 14 matches, and you get into some real flurries.
Although these two are kind of tying up a lot.
Yeah, they're slowing it down here.
I think the headset is about to come off.
Gordon in on a singles, trying to elevate there. Trips across, gets his 3 takedown immediately into the crossbody ride and pressure in the head on Littman.
Now, Tom, you got to be careful on that right too. If you get too over the top, you'll end up on your back.
Yeah, and you see, he's really got Littman extended right now. He's cranking on that head. Now he's getting back points on that.
That's
so
close to a pin. That's gonna come in moments, I think. He is locked in. Boy, doing a great job.
Somehow works back to his base, gets the 4-point near fall there. But right back into that power half again with the boot in. Wow. There's some torque there. Gets the fall.
And that's quick work. NYU's Harrison Gordon with quick work in the opening period on mat 1. That took no time at all. If you look at what Gordon's done this year, he's been real good. That's his 24th win in 25 matches.
I was going to say, he comes in at 23-1 this year. Having a great season. He's only lost to a Johnson & Wales wrestler, but hasn't lost since going all the way back to December.
So now on mat 1, it's Case Western's E.J. Elizio against NYU's Thomas Fisher.
Fisher quickly into the bundle arms on Alessio. Now he's got him down in the front headlock, working the edge of the mat. Wow, really cranks that over right to his back, and he gets the fall. Wow.
So NYU is coming out announcing their presence with authority.
2 first period pins for NYU here.
And Alessio still down, working that right shoulder. He
cranked that over. He took that front headlock and he took that kind of the opposite way. You don't see that too often. Right around to his back.
Fisher with his 7th win. He's only had, well, now 13 decisions on the year. He's 7-6 with that pin. And it's another NYU Case Western matchup on mat 1.
That's EJ Alessio.
Oh, this is EJ Alessio here, we're being told. And Harrison Gordon here.
So here's that Fisher-Alessio matchup. And we're following the public address announcers' cues. 2 mats going on, lots of participants in this 125 weight class, so we apologize on the misidentification on that last match.
We got NYU and Case going on mat 2 as well.
So Tom, here on mat 1, left screen for those watching online. No one with control yet.
Kind of in that drape position. Alessio trying to hold on, and Fisher trying to get his hips up above so he can score here.
So he's very close to getting points.
Pretty close to putting him in a danger situation.
So because Alessio still has the leg, that's why they haven't awarded takedown points.
And if Fisher would have kind of exposed his back and he got a 2 count, they call that danger now, so then they would award the back points and the takedown there. But Alessio doing a nice job of locking on the leg there.
And
now the referee gives the takedown, the 3-point takedown. Alessio's going to kind of try to base up off of that, and then he can't. Keeps that leg turked, and just that crossbody turk there, picking up back points.
There's certainly been a pattern to the first 3 NYU wrestlers.
Yeah, they want to throw the boot, and they want to come out and pressure the head real quickly. Always looking for back points right off the takedown. All 3 of the first wrestlers that we've seen from NYU just really getting after it. Potentially dangerous on mat 2. They're back up on their feet.
The Maroons and the Violets on mat 2.
Get an escape by Alessio here on mat 1. He trails 7-1 now.
So if you're Alessio, Tom, you're looking to accomplish what here towards the end of this first period?
Well, he'd like to get a takedown right near the end of the first period if he can, to not give the NYU wrestler the opportunity for the escape here. He's just trying to find something on his feet that'll work. Working into a Russian tie now, trying to get the angle on Fisher a little bit. Well, Fisher with a nice flipper shuck there to come around and get his 3.
Alessio on the season 15-14 coming into the UAA Championships.
Fisher leads 10-1 here at the end of the first period.
And EJ's been a real good wrestler in his career here at Case Western. 61 wins, 49 match losses. But he has his hands full right now with Thomas Fisher of NYU. So Fisher's going to choose down in the second period. It was his choice. He looked at his coach, and they chose to go down. So, Tom, what goes into those decisions, do you think? Whether they want to be up or down?
Well, you almost look at it as a free point by taking the bottom position to get your 1 and and then back on your feet. So that's like giving a point away, unless you're a real dominant top wrestler, and sometimes they'll choose top. This time, Fisher comes around for the reversal, gets his 2, and he's got the leg lace, so he's immediately again looking for back points.
Yeah, he reversed out of that one right into where he wanted to be. Obviously, likes to work the leg.
Lizio gets to his feet. He's got to get some hand control, and Fisher kind of turns him out there. In on the high crotch there, trying to finish this one off. Lizio nice deep on his shot.
Yeah, that was a great, quick.
Fisher, nice job of just kind of squatting on that and really getting Lizio flat to the mat. Now he's trying to come around and get it. Now he gets his 3. Another takedown there.
Number 2, 165-pound weight class. Cheshire from Chicago against Garcia from New York.
So if we go back to mat 2, and we'll let you know in advance, it's hard for Tom and I to see mat 2. We've got a collection of coaches and other staff in front of us, but it's the 165.
And NYU in quickly again. Cheshire of Chicago.
And Garcia of NYU. So you've got Cheshire and Garcia on mat 2 in 165, and it's
Garcia
NYU
comes
with
around
the
and gets
takedown.
the takedown, goes up 3-0, and again, there's that boot. Quickly in, and pressure in the head of Cheshire.
On mat 1, period close to coming to a close, the second period. Dominated by NYU.
Fisher's got to be close to a tech fall here. Lizio chooses neutral for the third period.
On mat 2, it's Cheshire, the 3rd seed, against Garcia, the 5. And both of those guys still kind of dancing with each other right now. Tom, familiarity though. I mean, you know, these teams see a lot of each other, whether in a duel or, and there's the NYU takedown on mat 2.
So he leads, Garcia leads 6-1 over there.
How much does familiarity, you know, with the opponent play into?
Well, you know, you want to study the best you can. You want to know what their best stuff is, and we see Fisher with the takedown here. Another 3-point takedown, goes quickly for the tilt. Certainly the book on NYU is they want to throw the boots.
You know, one of the things that I think has changed strategic-wise with wrestling over the years is there's a lot of riding high on shoulders, where before you really were taught to, you know, keep those hips down.
Exactly. That's where the transition been. The transition's been on back points and being aggressive on top, and obviously the rule changes support that with the 4-point near fall now. They really want you to come up and try and turn people instead of ride people. We're not seeing those 2-1 matches in the NCAA like we used to so frequently. Garcia with the lead on mat 2, 6-1 over Cheshire UC. And that ends the bout on mat 1 with Fisher of NYU getting the win.
So NYU out of the gate, at least on mat 1, 3 matches and 3 victories. A year ago, this was all NYU. 146 team points.
Sure starting out that way again.
Tom pointed out 4 wrestlers currently ranked in the nation for NYU, and the team's ranked as well.
So we got Carlock from New York and Barisi from Chicago on mat 1 at 133 pounds.
Parisi from Chicago, the 4 seed. Carlock, the 5. James Carlock for NYU, a first-year wrestler, freshman. 16-5 this year.
Trying to turn the corner. Carlock trying to turn the corner on Barisi here. He's locked in the crotch. He's got to get his hips up. Barisi, nice job of coming across and trapping the legs. Pretty close to his takedown here. He should get it pretty quickly. Yeah, there's his three. There's his three.
Parisi works up top and out front.
Really kind of coming out to the side and pressuring hard forward. Trying to chop that near arm. Get to work offensively. Now he's in that claw ride. Coming across, and Carlock quickly to his feet and gets his one.
The battle for hand control, and Carlock with that single leg.
Trying to finish that off. Now he wants to kind of pull it out, and now he's squaring up in front. He's gonna
pull him back.
Yeah, he's gonna trying to hip it down. Now he's just looking at that chop, bring him to the mat.
If you're
Barisi doing a nice job on that.
And to stay in control, you want to pull that guy back to the middle of the mat, right?
Absolutely, and really with the rules in the Carlock getting the takedown there. With the rules now in the NCAA, all they have to do is have one toe in, and they're going to let him continue to wrestle. A lot of side mat space here.
Got a
Barisi now pops out on that.
Pin on mat 2.
Will come from behind there for Cheshire on mat 2. Gets the pin after trailing early.
So Chicago with pinpoints for their team. And we'll have a second Chicago-NYU matchup on mat 2.
125-pound weight class. Littman of Chicago against Gordon from New York.
Littman and Gordon down here now. Gordon we mistakenly had him here earlier, 23-1. Quickly in on the takedown. He's got his three. He said Gordon comes in here with 23 wins on the season.
23 wins and a couple of tournament championships as well. He was first at the Ned McGinley invite and first at the Racket Rumble.
Looking for the tilt right now. He's got the arm threaded up.
It's no surprise the aggressive attack. When you're 23-1, you just want to take care of business, right?
We already got a stalling warning on Littman over there. That's out of Gordon's aggressiveness.
We are in the Veale Athletic Center on the campus of Case Western Reserve University. Back
Gordon
points.
has the tilt in there. Nice job there. He's got his 4. He's got to show the referee that he's going to free his hands up before he gets him awarded. Now he gets him awarded. Now he'll go back to work again with a 7-0 lead.
So he's going to control the wrist and then keep pressure on the hips.
And there's that crossbody ride that we've seen almost out of all the NYU wrestlers.
Pull that ankle up. And then both wrestlers, I think, Tom, were wondering why they were still wrestling.
Gordon kind of pulled his hands back to say, are we off the mat or not here? Let me get a fresh start here. Carlock with the escape there on Barisi. Back in on the single. Again. Bringing it up. Nice job of chopping across. Doesn't have his takedown again. Good job of scrambling by Barisi here on mat 1. Carlock with a nice trip. Looking for the near side cradle. He's got the takedown. He wants some back points with it.
Trying to squeeze that
Looking
together.
for that near side cradle. Barisi trying to fight that off.
You know, the way Parisi's working his neck right now reminds me of a story that my high school wrestling coach used to tell us, Larry Rowe. He said, pretend you got a steel rod going right through the top of your head, driving right through your neck into your spine, and that steel rod is not going to bend, right? You get the neck strength of a wrestler, Tom.
Oh, yep.
And really, Parisi on the bottom is, you know, he's going to give up the points, but he worked himself out of a bad situation.
Yep. Back to his feet pretty quickly. Carlock again around that sweep single again, and Parisi trying to whizzer it one more time. And again, here comes Carlock to his feet, trying to finish it off.
Period's about to end.
Now he wants to jump into that cradle again. Can't free the whizzer out of there. He's around back. Referee does not award the takedown there.
Simultaneous ends to both periods on mat 1 and 2. Gordon at 23-1 over on mat 2. Second period about to start there. It's Littman for Chicago and Gordon, the 1 seed.
Gordon with the big lead on mat 2. False start. Start him over again on Littman.
So Carlock on mat 1 let Parisi up because he wants to do this, right? Take him
exactly. Parisi does not have an answer for that single. This time he reaches across, picks up the ankle, gets his 3. Referee counting. He's got to work up off of that or pick up the stalling warning. Parisi really keeping the pressure on. Carlock really keeping the pressure on Parisi here on mat 1.
On mat 2, Gordon is trying to turn Littman. And Littman's doing a good job holding on to Gordon's left foot. So that's a stalemate. They'll reset.
We're back neutral again. This time, Parisi in on the shot on mat 1. Trying to finish off. Carlock doing a nice job of coming over the top on him. Trying to slide a boot in here. Parisi trying to come out the back door on this one.
Gordon with back points on mat 2, and that'll be a technical fall. That ended that match, so he's 24-1 on the year and rolling along.
Mat number 2, 149-pound weight class.
Gordon's been dominant. I'm looking back over his record this year. Lots of falls and technical falls, and maybe only 3 or 4 decisions on his resume for the year.
So on mat 2 right now at 149 pounds, Robert Minden from Case and John Mariano from NYU. This is a middle seed matchup, 4 against the 5. And another victory on mat 1 for NYU. That's Carlock with his hand raised.
Mat number 1, 133-pound weight class. Rustad from Chicago against Green Barrios of Case Western Reserve.
So left of your screen, mat 1 is Jackson Rustad for Chicago and Alex Green Barrios for Case Western. It's Rustad in on that single right away.
Into the scramble position on mat 1 here. Barrios back exposed. Rustad gets the 3-point takedown.
On mat 2, you see Mariano trying to stand up and turn.
Minden draped, but Mariano getting the hips up above. Again, in that scramble position we see so frequently.
And a pin
over to
on
mat 1. Yeah. Rustad gets the fall on Barrios.
So Jackson Rustad, the 3 seed,
149-pound weight class.
advances.
5 Case Western
And quickly on mat 1 to replace, 149, it's Calvin Kai of Case Western against Cale Saxton for Chicago.
Cale Sexton, a local product out of Avon, Ohio.
Calvin Kyle, if you look at his season so far, he's got 56 decisions, 26 wins, 30 losses in his career, I should say, not season. That'd be a lot of matches in one season.
Sexton with the fireman's carry, kind of comes up behind, gets the three-point takedown to take the early lead there.
So the Spartans, the host school, really struggling in their opening individual matches.
Kyle with the escape. We're back neutral.
Mat 2, NYU on top.
Mariano on top of Minden over there. Now he's got him on his back.
Yeah, he's turned
picking up some back points here on mat 2. Looking for the fall.
And he's real close. So they'll award 4
Pick
back
up a
points.
4-point near fall there as the period ends.
Minden will start up.
We're 3-1 on mat 1 here. Sexton ahead of Kyle. Warning on Kyle for stalling. Sexton in, got his head inside there on a single. Kyle with the drape right there, trying to lock on, looking for the stalemate here. Sexton trying to get his hips up higher to finish this one off.
And there's your stalemate.
Gets the stalemate. They'll go back to neutral in the center of the bout.
And Minden trying to literally hold on to John Mariano.
Mariano gets the escape.
That's mat 2, Mariano and Minden.
Again, we're 3-1 on mat 1 here. Sexton of Chicago with the lead.
Quick shot.
Trying to finish off the double, drive into it. Good job of peeling that one off by Kyle.
Really.
Comes up in a double underhook. Action takes him off the mat.
This is the 149-pound weight class on mat 1. On mat 2, we're at 125.
Time Sexton blocks him and gets the double underhook as the period ends. We'll go to the second period with Sexton up 3-1 on Kyle here. Sexton chooses the down position after Kyle defers to him. Over on mat 2. Referee calls him off the mat. Go back to the center and we'll get a restart.
NYU in this UAA championship a year ago had 7 individual champions
Sexton with the escape for Chicago on mat 1.
in the 10 weight classes. That's Penn State-like.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the Nittany Lions looked pretty good last night.
Wrestled Ohio State. You know, we got a Cale wrestling on mat 1, and boy, the work that Gail Sanderson's done at Penn State.
Yeah, unbelievable. Sexton with the shot, Cale with a nice counter. Looking for the big move. They're out of the front headlock. A little cement mixer tried. Misses on that.
The balance on your feet, especially, and maybe, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe it's, you know, it's universal from lightweight to heavyweight, but especially with the lightweights, their ability to adjust on their feet and keep their balance.
Oh,
is
absolutely. And, you know, it's body control. It's knowing where you're at all the time. I talk about this frequently when people want to ask, because they know I'm a former football coach too, that they think about wrestling just for the big guys. I said it's as much for the little guys, because balance and body control for running backs and defensive backs
Absolutely.
is huge, and wrestling teaches you that, and it really hones those skills for you.
Over to
Mariano Minden now trying to come around again. They in that scramble position, neither wrestler are able to finish it off. Second period ends. It's 4-1, favor of Sexton as they enter the third period here. Kale goes to the down position.
Stalemate on mat 2. Both wrestlers will start on their feet.
Kale doing a nice job of pressuring back here. Got to get some hand control to come out. Sexton now comes up with that boot in. In with a little bit of a crab ride here. Gets Kale extended. Now kind of going to work on him here. From that top position.
Match on mat 2 is over. And it's another NYU victory. So that's Mariano.
Mariano with the win over there.
Over Minden.
We got Case in Chicago up on mat 2 again. Sexton looking for some back points. Getting the count now.
So on mat 2, it's John Conover for Case Western and a quick pin for Chicago's Dan Gunlogson. That did not last long. Conover's work is done quickly. Gunlogson with the pin for Chicago. Tom, and jumping in on mat 2 is Thomas Wagner from Case, the 3 seed against Amar Khan for NYU. You've been around wrestling your entire life. You're a Hall of Famer, State of Ohio, National Hall of Famer, Wrestling Hall of Famer. As Chicago wins on mat 1. And you were around for the heyday of this Spartan wrestling program.
Oh,
in
absolutely.
The Bob Del Rosa days.
Bob Del Rosa, had some great teams here. At Case Western Reserve, I had a former Cuyahoga Heights kid came over here to wrestle. Actually, Bob's daughter works at Cuyahoga Heights now as a intervention specialist. Their son was a tremendous wrestler at Nordonia High School, but Bob had some great teams here back in the 70s and into the 80s here at Case Western Reserve.
The last All-American here at Case, and it's been a long time. It's been over 10 years. And it was back during the Bob Del Rosa days. It was Isaac Dukes in 2012. He was a national champ. So not only All-American, but national champ. But it's been a while.
Gone through some coaching changes. David Shapiro over here now. Josh Malave was here for a little bit. Stepped back into the high school range as an athletic director.
So on mat 1 on the left of your screen right now, we're in the 174-pound weight class. And it's Luca Babic for Case Western against Finn Eskeland of NYU. Eskeland on the season, he's a senior for the Violets, 12-6 overall this year. has not placed in any of the tournaments that NYU's wrestled in.
Some familiarity with Luca, Kirtland product. Coached by Scott Francis there. Right now trailing 3-0. Giving up some back points right now on the edge of the mat here.
Babick 11 and 13 this year. And in those 11 wins, he's got 7 pins. He's fighting off his back right now. And there's just a little bit of a toe on the edge of the mat. Babick was almost on the gym floor.
Well, that immediately stops it. And with the new rules, they really have. I think they're going to have to build mats now with a little bit more space on the edges because they're letting them wrestle so much on the edge anymore. It's a lot cleaner, the rule now as it is now, so you really know when you're off. Babick, nice up, cuts away, gets his one. He's trailing 7-1 now. Wow.
Boy, that's strength right there, the tip. I mean, just the control.
Nice little toss out of that Russian tie there.
And Babick's on his back.
Another 4 back points. Makes it 14-1. Close to that tech fall. Brings that bar across the back now.
Eskelin's just going to let him up.
Turn him loose.
Push him off.
Eskelin knows he needs a takedown for the tech now.
We're looking at mat 1 right now as we talk about
Eskelin
the
with a
current match.
shot. Babick trying to counter there into the front headlock. He takes that. Eskelin takes that right into a carry, right to his back.
And Case Western looking at a pin on mat 2.
And that gets Eskelin the tech fall here on mat 1.
So NYU with another match victory, and
Conover gets the fall. Nice deep half there to finish off Gustafson of Chicago there.
John Conover with a pin on mat 2. First Spartan victory. On the 141-pound mat 1, Sean Conway for Chicago against Mike Valerino from Case Western. Valerino, another Cleveland area product, wrestling for the Spartans. He was a shoreman at Avon Lake. Boy, what a family of wrestlers they have.
Absolutely.
Valerinos.
Brother having a real nice season on the high school wrestling today in their conference championships for the Southwest Conference over at Elyria High School. Nice job of scrambling by Valerino back to his feet on Conway there.
Mike on the year exclusively at 141. This is his second year wrestling for the Spartans, 13 and 18 on the season. A year ago, his first year at 133, he was 17 and 13.
Nice year for a true freshman.
Absolutely.
Headgear comes off. The referee will let him reset there.
Mat 2, we got a Spartan NYU matchup.
Mat 2 quickly into the Russian tie. Throws that by. Gets his 3-point takedown on the Spartan.
So, you know, you've seen enough of NYU, Tom, to tell, is there a signature to their style that transcends all weight classes?
Well, they work in close, and they love being in the ties. We see some Russian ties out of them, and a lot of work out of there. But, boy, very aggressive on their feet. And really, when they get you on the mat, they want to get those boots in, and they're looking for back points right now. These are not wrestlers looking for 4-1 victories. They're looking to tech fall and pin their opponents. Valerino back in on a single, trying to get an angle on Conway. Conway with kind of a gut wrench in there. Really making Valerino carry his weight right now.
Violet's looking at a pin on mat 2 at the edge. I think NYU, Thomas, has lost only one match.
Yeah,
so
I
far
think
in
so. I
early
think you're
wrestling.
right. And dominant. And really, the bulk of their ranked wrestlers are in the upper weights. 65, 75, and 285 are all ranked nationally.
The tie-up on mat 2 is almost looks like it's impossible to get out of.
He's got those arms turked across there.
Second period starting here on mat 3, or mat 1 rather. Peeling the arms away, and the Maroons with an escape. That peel, you know, off the hip.
Yep. It's all about hand control.
Yep.
All about hand control.
Case Western will be up on mat 2 as they start a new period. University Athletic Association Wrestling Championships from Cleveland this weekend. Campus of Case Western Reserve. NYU, the defending association champions, and heavily favored again this year. And if the early results are any indication, they're on their way to a second championship in 2 seasons. Spartans fighting off their back on mat 2. Driving the half. And here we go. Rolling out of it.
Wow.
That's a Houdini
You're
escape.
not kidding. Back on his feet, back after him.
Mat 1, the Spartans will be down to start this period. And back to mat 2. Violets again in control. Although no takedown has been given. Now they're giving, yeah, the takedown's been given. Now they got back points. And the match is over. So a technical fall on mat 2. And that was Valerino for Case on mat 2 that lost by technical fall. So on mat 2, we've got Nick Krasinski of NYU against Keaton Marinick for Chicago in the 141. Nice single leg shot by Case Western on mat 1. It's one thing to get in, it's the other to
really
finish it, right?
And that's a huge difference between high school and college. You see a lot of high school wrestlers concede takedowns. College wrestlers never concede a takedown. They battle you all the way. They get into drapes. They get into rolls. They're going to make you earn every second of it. Case with the leg takedown gets the win here on mat 1.
That's a significant victory for the Spartans. Dramatic ending.
Mat number 1, 184-pound weight class. Commander of Case Western Reserve against Furman from New York.
.184 coming up on mat 1. Case in New York.
It's Furman for NYU and Gamir for Case Western at 184 on mat 1. Matthew Gamir this year at 184 is 21-14.
On mat 2, 141, Marinick of Chicago against Krasinski from New York.
So Marinick for Chicago's got Krasinski on mat 2 in trouble on the edge. And NYU getting back points here on
Furman.
mat 1.
The deep half in there, got the arm, looking for the fall.
And he just
Gamir
got it. That one was quick.
quickly into the half, quickly on his back, quickly over.
Well, when you're on your back and your legs are kicking,
Yeah.
that is not a good sign. Especially when you're wrestling an alligator, right?
Exactly.
And over on mat 2, the Maroons
Mat number 1,
get a victory.
184-pound weight class. Durbin from New York against Creighton of Chicago. Mat number 2, 165-pound weight class. Khan from New York against Garcia from New York.
Couple New York wrestlers going after each other on mat 2. Khan and Garcia.
and John Garcia. And then here on mat 1 in the 184 class, it's Dmitry Durbinov against Cade Creighton. Creighton from Chicago and Durbinenov from NYU. Tom, when you've got teammates wrestling against each other, I mean, you see each other, you know, all week long in the wrestling room. You're probably partners in all of the drills that you're doing. And then you wrestle off against each other in a UAA, you know, championship tournament. What's that like?
There's no secrets. There's no secrets, but you kind of throw all that aside because this is a chance to win a conference championship, maybe a chance to solidify yourself in the lineup a little bit because they're a week away from their pre-regionals, and I think you want to finish strong. So they'll put all that aside to get it done here.
That's happening on mat 2. Heavily taped on mat 1 is Durbinenov. And I'm talking about his left arm, his left elbow.
That looks to me as if he's had an elbow separation at some point in time this year. That's the way he kind of looks like he has that that brace on it.
So this is the 184-pound weight class, and we're starting to see, although these two active, I think, you know, not just, you know, locking on each other's necks.
Kind of feeling each other out a little bit here. Gurbanenov certainly limited with that arm. He's
and NYU victory on mat 2. Well, it was hard to
I was going to say
not have one.
that was a tough prediction there.
And smiles with teammates as they walk off the mat. Got Chicago NYU on mat 2.
It's like 97-pounders over there.
They got after a takedown right away, Tom. There wasn't much dancing. Chopping that elbow.
And really, the
driving
heavyweights
shoulder.
the wrestling is.
They're so athletic.
They are incredibly athletic.
I mean, it's not. I don't want to sound like an old man here, but it's different than it used to be. At the
It used to be a lot of pushing and shoving and working for stalling points and a lot of one-move matches. You don't see that anymore.
Yeah, you're trying to lull your opponent into that moment where you can
that
make
one
your
mistake
move, right?
and
that one off balance or that one push anticipated that turns into a turn of a match. Do you like the weight class differentiation as you advance in the upper weights?
I wish they were a little bit more like high school and maybe had like a low 190s and maybe a 215 or a 220 and then the big boys.
Okay.
But college is always going to stay with the 10 weight classes and they try to spread them out as evenly as possible.
Got an NYU pin on mat 2.
Mat number 2. 285-pound weight class. Perry from Chicago. Amatori from New York.
So on mat 2, speaking of the bigs, the 285-pound weight class, you've got Edward Perry for Chicago, and Perry's the 1 seed against Jimmy Amatori of NYU. And Amatori right away on a single leg. Trying to
Finish with the toes there. They go off onto the floor. Hustle back to the center.
new period on mat 1. It's Durbanenov and Creighton. Durbanenov for NYU, he's on the bottom right now.
Quickly to his feet, hand control, got his 1.
184 on mat 1, 285 on mat 2.
Big boys working the center of the mat.
Tom, at this point in the season, you mentioned, regionals coming up, obviously today the association championships. Is every wrestler typically, battling with some type of injury?
Yeah, absolutely. Whether you're a starter or not, just from being in the room, just the grind, these guys get after it. You just look at the physical condition of these guys, and they battle, and And even the non-starters are wrestling in a lot of open tournaments where they're wrestling as an open wrestler. That's why you see some of these guys coming in with 30 and 40 matches. I know the Suma was just at Baldwin Wallace a couple weeks ago, and that's, you can enter as many wrestlers as you want over there. And that's what it's about. It's about getting matches so you can get better. Yeah, if you don't have a bang or a bruise and this time of year,
You probably haven't been wrestling.
yeah,
enough.
you haven't been on the mat enough, yeah.
Trying to dig in on that single leg is Creighton here on mat 1. And fighting him all the way to his back is Durbanenoff.
Creighton gets a takedown. Looking for back points here. It's a 1 count, doesn't get a second count there. Gets another 1 count.
Trying to grab that wrist. And the period's over. And Creighton with a late win
Late takedown for the win there.
for Chicago.
Mat number 1, 197-pound weight class. Claritas from Chicago against De Rosa from New York.
So on mat 1, in the 197, you've got for Chicago, Gunnar Garias. And for NYU, Anthony DeRosa. Gunnar, the top seed, wrestling for the Maroons.
Try to snap DeRosa down. Nice job by DeRosa squaring up with him on the edge of the mat.
Yeah, getting out of that without separating his
Yep.
shoulders.
Yeah.
Mat 1's 197, mat 2 is 285.
Rios looking to pick the knee there, doesn't get it.
When you're running that pick, it's all about, getting the momentum of your opponent coming in the direction that you want them to.
And you want his weight on
Yeah.
that foot. You want you want him in a
Reach down.
position where he's got to post that foot up, and then you can pick that knee and drive across it. Garias working the front headlock hard on him now. Spins behind and gets his 3 on DeRosa. Goes up 3-0.
On mat 2, Chicago, Perry trying to,
Working into that underhook there.
and here's where that little.
There's that, looking for that pick
looking for
there.
that one mistake, right?
Yeah,
right
looking
there.
for, right. Kind of crank that underhook, looking for that knee pick, looking for him to post that foot. Garias down with that boot in, trying to pressure across the back of DeRosa here, looking for some back points. Picking up some riding time in the process.
Perry and Amatori on mat 2.
Referee taking a good hard look at that. Potentially dangerous there. That was the far arm kind of slipping up into a chicken wing there. Not the kind you get at BW3s either.
So Garias and DeRosa back to the center of the mat here on mat 1. DeRosa on the bottom.
He wasn't sure he was going to caution. He cautioned Garias on that one while DeRosa was kind of switching his feet.
Not much has changed on mat 2.
Boot
And
straight in there
285.
for Garias. Really pressuring hard. I'm not sure what the potentially dangerous was that time. I think Garias wants to know too. He had the cross body in and picked up the far ankles, really pressuring hard across the back. I didn't see what the stoppage was for.
Well, Tom, you've been involved at every level of wrestling, and the National Hall of Fame, honor that you got this past year, speaks to that. But have you ever been an official?
For a brief period. When I moved into administration, I thought, well, I'll get my license and I'll do some middle school stuff, and I did for a year, but I really felt that it wasn't the best use of my time. I thought I could help people out by working at tournaments and helping run tournaments, and that's really where I ended up here as a school administrator. I worked my way around and help with a lot of help running a sectional next week and a district 2 weeks after here in Ohio on the high school level. So
Right.
it really have a lot of fun with that.
Mat 1 moves to the next period. It's Gunnar Grias and Anthony DeRosa.
Gurias defers to, or DeRosa defers to Gurias, and he goes down with a 3-0 lead here, starting the second, and a bunch of riding time. Gurias, nice job of pressuring back into DeRosa.
On mat 2 at 285, they remain on feet, both.
Gurias to his feet and gets his escape to go up 4-0. Perry with a shot. Amateur fights it off on mat 2. They're back on their feet. Working that collar tie. Just kind of banging on each other there on mat 2.
In on the single is Garias.
Nice step through trip. Pick up his 3. He's going to look for back points. He's got the leg split here. He's got to try to turk that top arm. DeRosa does a nice job of coming back to his base on that one, not giving up the back points. Quickly goes to the bundle arms, looking for that far side cradle. Gurias really cranking on it, up 7-1 right now. Complete control.
Nobody could get a takedown on mat 2, and there it is as I say it. It's
That's
an NYU takedown
Perry
for
with
Amatori.
Perry, the kind of sloppy shot. Amatori does a spin behind on him.
Garias has really changed the vibe of his match on mat 1. This has been a dominating period for him. And they'll come back to the middle on mat 2. That one's over. And they will raise the hand of NYU's Jimmy Amatori. So Amatori wins that in a decision. DeRosa and Garias still on mat 1.
Mat number 2, 125-pound weight class. Gordon from New York against Alizio from Case Western Reserve.
So all the way back to 125 on mat 2. And we got Harrison Gordon from NYU, the top seed against Case Western's EJ Alizio. And Gordon wastes no time. Gordon won his first match just maybe half hour ago, Tom, to improve to 24-1. And when you're wrestling in a round robin style tournament, if you can get quick work,
Yeah,
good, right?
that's right. Get off the mat, get rested. That's what the coaches are telling you. Gordon wrestled his first 2 years at Johnson & Wales and transferred to NYU this year. 53-11 on his career.
And DeRosa trying to fight off his back right now. Is it Garia's back points?
They want the danger position. That's you hear the coaches calling. They gave him 3 near fall, or 3 takedown, and 3 near fall.
So both wrestlers looking over at the clock right now.
Gurias has got to be close to a tech fall here.
And Gordon's close to a pin on mat 2. Gordon and Alizio of Case Western. Gordon from NYU, he's on top. Gordon will turn it again, and Alizio's in a bad spot right now on mat 2.
NYU 13-6 as a team on the season.
Gordon trying to drive that right shoulder blade of Elizio down right now, and EJ's just trying to keep it up, and he does not. So there's a pin for Gordon, first period pin. So 2 in the books for the number 1 seed, both of them quick. Real nice match on mat 1.
Mat number 2.
Venegarius with the win.
Weight class. Littman from Chicago against Fisher of New York.
We'll stay in 125 on mat 2.
285. Sonborn from Chicago against
And on mat 1 we'll be at
from Case Western Reserve.
180, or 285 rather.
Sanborn of Chicago, or that's NYU we got here. And Mullinex of Case.
So Cole Mullinex for Case Western and Bennett Sonborn for NYU. And then over on mat 2, it's Littman for Chicago against Fisher of NYU. And Fisher with takedown points. Tom, what's the potential benefit or maybe deficit to, in the 285-pound class, and specifically here on mat 1, you've got a significant weight difference.
Yeah, exactly, and that which is why, I big believer in that something at 220 here. Freestyle, there is kind of a break. There is about a light 200 pound weight class where you saw Kyle Snyder from Ohio State wrestle heavyweight, but then wrestle that lighter weight in freestyle competition. But a lot of times these lighter heavyweights have a whole lot of action in them and really take the big guys to the numbers, and they really keep the tempo up, which sometimes the big guys have a tough time with. Right now we see them working collar ties, both wrestlers.
Well, we've got both ends of a meet going on right now. You've got the lightweights at 125 and the heavies at 285, the opposite ends of weight classes. And on the 125 mat, that's NYU's Thomas Fisher with the takedown.
With the double there, picks up his 3. Drives through on Elizio. I'm sorry, on Linton.
Well, we saw Fisher against Elizio earlier, and he did the same thing. Takedown, let up, takedown, let up. So that's obviously confidence in your ability to take somebody down, but is it also maybe you're just a better wrestler on your feet than you are?
I think that, and sometimes it's building a lead and then going from there with it. You build that lead, and then you go to work on the top a little bit. You want to have a 5 or 6 point lead, and then you can go to work on top.
Fisher is building that commanding lead on his way to a technical fall on mat 2. The only points Littman's getting right now.
I think what it does is it allows you to be a little bit more aggressive on top too, because you're not afraid of giving up the escape, because you know that
you can take them down.
You're okay on your feet.
First period close to an end here on mat 1, and the first period just ended on mat 2.
A lot of pushing and shoving going on here on mat 1.
It's Sonborn and Mullinex on mat 1.
Mullinex chooses the down position to start the second period. Sonborn looks over to his corner.
So Sonborn just going to push him out here?
That's what I'm curious here, because I didn't see a lot of action on their feet in the first period, so I wouldn't think he'd do that. I think you want to try and make him work off the bottom a little bit, and he does. He tries to chop that arm, flatten him out.
So with this significant differential in weight for Sonborn on top right now, how does he keep Mullinex down?
Well, you see right there, he's trying to crawl, and we've seen this from all the NYU wrestlers. They want to get a boot in. And Sonborn wants to get a boot in right now, and just, you see, he's got the hips covered on Mullinex, got a 2-on-1 trap there with the arm, and that's a lot of work for a big guy underneath. Now he laces the leg in, and he's really going to keep some pressure on Molinax.
Well, that hip pressure is important, right?
Absolutely. If he can get that leg, if he can get that boot in, he'll really pressure him. But you see him just trying to do a cheap little tilt there with that arm across, waiting for Molinax to pop his hips up. Boom, Molinax right back down to the mat. Good job by Sanborn on working on top.
Stalemate on mat 2. They'll come back to the middle.
See Molinax, Sanborn's doing what he wants here. He's keeping Molinax working forward. Molinax really needs to get some back pressure. Now he's got that bar across the back of the arm. Now he's got a chance to get his hips up. Missed an opportunity to get to his feet there.
Well, I think you're right about the amount of work that is, Molinax looks a little tired
He's
right
wearing,
now.
He's wearing him out right now. Yeah. Sanborn's really kind of wearing him out right now. And picking up riding time as well. Now he gets to his feet. He's got some hand control, trying to peel away, gets his one. So I can't see the clock to see how close we got to riding time or not, but Molinax does get his escape.
So both mats on their feet right now. Period on mat 1 coming to a close.
So Sanborn's got riding time right now. Late escape by Molinax. So Sanborn needs the, it's the third period.
Yeah, third period.
Yeah.
And Molinax looked at the official and said, hey,
what are we doing?
I just spent time on the bottom, fella.
Yep.
In case you didn't notice.
Yeah. Sanborn trying to post out. Molinax really trying to use that weight to his advantage and pressure forward here. Sanborn pinches the arm, hits a little roll on it, takes Molinax right to his back. Now he's picking up some back points with it as well, looking for the fall.
Yeah, he's locked in. Got to get his feet
He's got
back.
that tight.
And
Sanborn gets the fall in the third period. And that's Sanborn just doing a nice job of using Molinax's weight against him.
I got to tell you, partner, that was an entertaining 285.
Once they got it going there a little bit.
Mat number 1, 133-pound weight class. Martinez from Case Western Reserve against Carlock from New York.
So on mat 1, we've got Case Western and New York. It's James Carlock for NYU and Art Martinez for Case Western. And I've got to give on mat 2 credit to Mateo Littman. Thomas Fisher was takedown, let up the whole first period, but Littman has...
He's battled back here, looking for the takedown there himself on the edge of the mat.
This is Carlock trying to keep that ankle. He's got
the legs laced there.
Tied up, yeah.
Martinez, nice job of holding on there, not giving up the takedown.
You're in the stalemate, so they'll come back to the middle.
Yeah.
Carlock, the first-year wrestler, 133, 16-5 coming into this weekend. And on mat 2, another takedown for Thomas Fisher. Martinez.
Working the front headlock.
Fisher a winner on mat 2. His day continues on the winning side.
Nice spin behind by Martinez there to get the takedown. Go up 3-0 on Carlock.
A year ago, in his sophomore season, Martinez was 4th at the Central Regional Championship. He won 3 of his 5 matches, including a pin. Art's the #1 seed in the 133. In that 4th place finish in the regional championship, season-wise, he led this Spartan team. This is Matt 1. This is Art Martinez. He had 32 wins last year.
Martinez draws a stalling warning on Carlock. Martinez coming off a 4-1 Adrian Invitational Open.
Two points, near fall for Martinez. And that'll close that period.
Actually coming off a win at the John Suma Invitational. Went 4-0 at the Suma.
NYU in Chicago on mat 2.
Russellstad has Martinez ranked 7 in his weight class, coming in at 28 and 5. Gonna look for the tilt. The other coach telling him to load it up. Trying to get that 2-on-1 tight to the waist there. Look for the tilt. Really pressuring hard. Now he goes in that claw ride, looking for the lift.
He almost had it.
And he wanted that lift to get the tilt across. Carlock turns out, gets the escape.
Martinez quick with the sprawl. He really got his legs out
Got
of
that
it.
front head, like really pressuring Carlock. Nice drag right there.
Yeah.
Lets it pop up, hits a nice short little drag to come around and get his 3 for the takedown.
So that's all getting your opponent to move in the direction
Actually,
you
exactly. That's kind of working that front headlock a little bit. You stay in that front headlock a little bit, you want to kind of pop out of there, and Martinez does a nice job of dragging that through there, pick up the takedown.
Martinez impressive on mat 1. And back points on mat 2 for NYU.
He's got that leg turked in there, trying to pressure across to pick up some more back points. And the period's going to end. Chicago wrestler defers the second period. Defers the third, and NYU goes down.
And this one's over on mat 1.
Nice job by Martinez.
Well, I thought it was over.
End of the
I cannot see the scoreboard, so I don't know what the differential is. We're at a disadvantage. The clocks and the scores are not facing us.
Boy, Chicago with the cradle locked up on mat 2, trying to get him rocked up. He's got that cradle locked up. The NYU wrestler trying to stay flat there. Now he's got him exposed. He's picking up some back points. Looks like, I don't know if he got a 2 count or not. Yeah, referee's saying he got 2 swipes. Trying to get that head back in the ribs again to bring him back through. Again, he's got that cradle locked up.
Tom, I think it's funny, and I wrestled, you wrestled. The people shouting instructions to the wrestlers on the mat, I never heard anybody but my coach. That was the only person I heard.
I used to tell people as a coach, I was pretty verbose, but that was more for me than it was for anybody else.
I mean, you're so locked in.
Yep.
I mean, you are so locked in as a wrestler because you know that one faulty move or one moment of, not paying attention, it could cost you the match.
And the reality is, with me yelling it, by the time he hit it, was too late anyhow.
Right, exactly.
They're back on their feet on mat 2.
Well, the beauty of the sport, one of several, is there's just no let up. Whether it's 6 minutes, 8 minutes, however long you're out there, there's, it's flexing every muscle in your body for that entire time.
Just keep coming at you. Yep.
This has been very entertaining for Tom and I today to bring you the University Athletic Association Championships here from the Veale Athletic Center at Case Western Reserve. I mean, hopefully you can tell your two announcers big fans of the sport. Both have been involved in the sport at some point in their lives. And Tom, my partner, Tom Evans, continues to be not only on a state level in the state of Ohio, but on a national level.
Martinez with the takedown there.
Martinez has been impressive. He's been in complete control of this match.
He is quick, and he loves that. He loves that short drag. Martinez with the underhook this time.
Do you think you see lightweights do that more than they have ever? The underhook,
right?
That pressure inside.
Yeah, and because there's so many options off of that. If you can get in tight, you can work some of those picks, and there's some trips and there's some step throughs. You see Carlock trying to take it into a fireman's carry there.
Well, Martinez's pressure on Carlock's shoulders really is a great defense.
Yep.
And Martinez is going to win.
Chicago with the takedown on mat 2. NYU with the escape. No points awarded on that mat 2. Still working on it. Chicago kind of in a Peterson position while NYU's trying to come around on it. Nothing as they go off the mat. My partner doing a good job of scrambling around to find out what matches are up. Some of the weight classes are bracketed, some of them are round robin.
It is a challenge, I will say that.
And Chicago with the win over on mat 2. Connolly from Chicago, Mariano from New York. 149 pounds starting on mat 2.
And with 149 pounds on mat 1, we've got Saxon for Chicago. He's on the bottom right now against the 2 seed for NYU. Napolitana. Vincenzo Napolitana is on top on mat 1. at 149.
Vincenzo Napolitano.
Good Irish.
We're in the right neighborhood. Murray Hill's right around the corner here.
Right
You got
corner, yeah.
the best Italian restaurants in the city are right around the corner from us. So
some of the best Italian restaurants in the country. Of course, NYU and Chicago.
They would know a little bit about it. There might be an Italian restaurant or two in those two cities as well.
It's one of the beauties of this campus is you are literally within walking distance of some great pizzas, some great pies.
4-point near fall for Conley over on mat 1. Takes a 7-0 lead over Mariano.
Conley, the 1 seed for Chicago.
Turns out Mariano. They're back on their feet.
This is one of the bracketed championships, 149.
Okay.
Not the round robin. So Conley got the bye, and Mariano beat Case Western's Robert Minden in his first match. Saxton for Chicago on the bottom on mat 1 got a opening round bye. Or actually, Saxton beat Calvin Kai for Case Western. It was Napolitano Vincenzo who got the bye. He's the 2 seed. Winners of these 2 matches on mat 1 and mat 2 in the 149 will face each other for the championship. And it's Saxton trying to get out of. I thought he was out. I thought he had the escape, but Napolitano
trying to step through and bring him back to the mat. Does. It's going to make referee giving the count there, making him work up on that.
And he's out.
Now Sexton gets his kick out there for a point. Go back to neutral in the center.
I mean, you could see, depending on how this goes, you could see an all-team final. You could see NYU against NYU, or you could see Chicago against Chicago.
Yeah, absolutely.
The top 2 seeds are opposite. They're Chicago, Conley, the 1 seed, and Napolitano, the NYU, the 2 seed.
Conley turns on Mariano. Nice job of blocking and coming with the reshot.
Period end on mat 1.
Takedown for Mariano on Conley now.
And that's on mat 2. Saxton will be on top to start the second period on mat 1.
Conley gets his escape. Back neutral.
Napolitano with his escape on mat 1. So everybody's on their feet right now on both mats.
Move your feet, Cal.
On your feet's not a bad place to be.
Nope.
At any time in life, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And not just here on a blustery Saturday afternoon here in Cleveland, Ohio.
With ice. I've been off my feet a couple of times with the ice this winter. It's not been friendly to my 60-year-old body. Two very spirited matches here, both in the 149 bracket. I think on both mats, there's a certain level of respect that each wrestler's showing each other.
Absolutely,
right
they're
now.
not a little more cautious about shots. Really, Napolitano is kind of forces him off the mat there. Back to the center for a restart. Sexton with a low shot, trying to come out the back door on it.
Napolitano's got Saxton's ankle. And he's going to try to hold on to that.
Saxton's trying to come through here.
He has tied up Saxton's waist, and that
The stalemate.
caused the stalemate. Period's almost over. New period starting on mat 2. Connolly and Mariano on mat 2. It's Saxton and
Saxton
Napolitano
chooses
on
down
mat
to
1.
start the third period on mat 1, and we're neutral on mat 2. Nice duck under by Mariano.
Doesn't have the takedown yet.
Can't bring Conley to the mat. Now he does. Gets his 3.
And on mat 1, Napolitano kept Saxton underneath him. Boy, it took Cale Saxton high in the air. Napolitano really working Saxton's face.
Really looking at the WrestleStat rankings, Mariano's ranked 48th and Napolitano's ranked 40 or 47th. Mariano and Napolitano's ranked 48th, so both sophomores. Mariano 8-5, Napolitano 10-7.
Energy on mat 2. On the edge. NYU wants a takedown. It has not been given. And Chicago just trying to get off the mat, and he does. So nice job by Conley avoiding the takedown. Mariano's wondering, what do I have to do to get takedown points? And that match is over. And it will be Conley who will advance. So Conley is on to the championship round, the 1 seed from Chicago.
Mat number 2, 165-pound weight class. Garcia from New York against Landis of Case Western Reserve.
So starting on mat 2 at 165 right now, that screen on your right, if you're watching the online broadcast, is 165. And it's John Garcia for NYU and Marty Landis for Case Western. And this one's over on mat 1. Napolitano from NYU, the winner. So the top 2 seeds in 149 have both advanced to the championship final.
Krasinski from New York against Valerino of Case Western Reserve.
Krasinski from NYU and Valerino from Case, now starting on mat 1.
At 141.
Garcia of NYU and Landis of Case on mat 2.
We told you about Valerino earlier. Outstanding first year here at Case and has moved up a weight class from 133 to 141 here in his second year. Struggling a little bit, but, you know, still competitive on the mat. Tom, when you move up a weight class like that, you know, some guys are able to be stable and stay at a weight class, but not often. And what's the adjustment?
It's adjustment because the wrestlers are much stronger the more you move up. Physical strength and the fact that you're not maybe cutting as much as he's cutting now, and sometimes a little bit heavier in the hips. So there's a definitely a technical adjustment. It's Krasinski in deep on a double. Gets the takedown for 3 on Valerino.
He was really deep, like maybe the deepest we've seen this afternoon.
Kind of caught Valerino stepping into that one a little bit.
Running that chicken wing.
Kruszinski really trying to run that bar. He's got it in deep here.
Yeah, you run that arm bar with, weight over the shoulders like that, it's hard to get out of.
He's got Valerino stretched out too.
We've got back points coming on mat 2.
Really some torque on that shoulder there by Kruszinski.
It's Marty Landis on mat 2.
Takedown for.
And now it's a reversal for
Takedown for
Garcia.
Landis, and Garcia gets the reversal.
And Valerino's in trouble on mat 1.
Kruszinski gets the turn with that bar, looking for the fall. Not able to settle, rolls through on it. Picks up 4 on the near fall. Take a 7-0 lead over Valerino of Case.
Period ends on mat 2. Kruszinski again in control on mat 1. So both wrestlers will start on their feet on mat 2.
Kruszinski with another 4-point near fall. Valerino trying to stretch that arm out a little bit after getting the bar run on him twice by Kruszinski.
Landis avoids the double leg attempt. Now he grabs the single. Getting that
Trying
leg
to change off into a double. Nice drive across there. Get 3 points on the takedown for Landis. Nice job of driving that. And he catches that leg.
Yeah, he's got him turned. That's Landis and Garcia
Picks
on
up
mat
4-point
2.
near fall for Landis.
And Valerino try to kick a single leg. Kruszinski doing a nice job staying balanced. I mean, that's strength and balance on display right now on mat 1.
And as you take a look at him right now, there's a physical difference between Valerino and Kruszinski too, size-wise.
As we said, Valerino moving up a weight class from 133 to 141. Kruszinski for NYU, and at the beginning of this month had 12 match wins in 16. Boy, really driving that knee, twisting that knee on mat 2. And 3 more points, and it's a technical fall for Marty Landis. So Marty gets the victory on mat 2. Spartan over the NYU Violet.
Mat number 2, 157-pound weight class. Pontelando of New York against Gunluckson of Chicago.
So on mat 2, cast your attention to mat 2 because maybe the top wrestler in this UAA tournament is now set to wrestle for NYU. And it's Cooper Ponte Landolfo. Ponte Landolfo was the Wrestler of the Year last year in the UAA, also the most outstanding wrestler in the Association Championship, both. He was a champion at 157, and he's back in that weight class.
Currently ranked number 3 in the country at that weight class.
(23-0). He has not made a mistake. He's on mat 2. Tom, when you're a wrestler of, and we've got a
Oh, nice drive across by the Chicago wrestler there.
How about fighting out of it?
Way to
for
come
NYU?
through by the New York
This
wrestler,
could turn
staying
into a
with it.
pin. Matt won.
Gets
Boom.
the fall.
Wow. What a reversal of events,
Yeah.
literally. So pin for the Violets on Mat 1. So let's go back to Ponte Landolfo for a second. When you're 23-0, when you're ranked third in the country, when you're Wrestler of the Year in your association,
Joseph from Chicago.
there's an added pressure to all of that, isn't there? I mean,
Yep.
everybody's giving you your best shot. You feel like you can't let people down, not only yourself but your teammates, and you know, you don't want to lose.
Well, you know, but I don't know that wrestlers look at it that way.
Okay.
It's a really a different mindset. It's like, you know, I'm and I don't know Pentel and Dolfo, but I got to believe that he's the guy that says, "Well, come get me." You know, I've earned everything I've gotten. If you think you got it, you come get me.
Yeah, confidence is obviously
Yep.
at a high point.
Gets the takedown there.
Well, I
Got the
believe
leg lace.
too, there's just a mutual respect among wrestlers. I mean, you know, they breathe the same air.
Absolutely,
They
yep.
know the same pain.
Yep.
And the beauty that I've always loved about the sport, you and I could go at each other on the mat and just really try to destroy each other. But when it's over, we shake hands and we walk away.
Absolutely.
Because we respect the hell out of each other's physicality and commitment.
What it took to get there. You know, the work and effort
Yeah.
that goes into it.
Discipline.
Pentel and Dolfo picked up some back points there.
You know, that crossbar across the face is just, I think, one of the most effective weapons.
Yep.
If you want to capture your opponent's attention, that's one way to do it. I mean, just a whack. Right
Yep.
And then, you know, you squeeze it. Two for a second.
Pentel and Dolfo with the reversal. Picks up 2 points from the down position. Back in control again. Working that tight waist hard.
Gunlogson doing his best to hang in right now. And Pantel Landolfo is going to get back points. He's going to get 4 more. One minute left in Mat 2. More back points. I would imagine the technical fall.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close over there.
We got 4 more. And an escape on Mat 1.
Neutral on mat 1. Pentel and Dolfo finishing up on mat 2. Working another tilt there. Chicago wrestler sneaks the arm out and gets the reversal on the edge of the mat. We're at neutral on mat 2. Cooper, Pentel and Dolfo, top ranked in this weight class, number 3 in the country. Comes the number 3 ranking in the country, Division 3. Comes into the tournament at 22-0 on the season. Three-point takedown for Pantalandolfo. Makes it a tech fall on mat 2. Cooper Pantalandolfo, the winner on mat 2.
Mat number 2, 157-pound weight class. Wagner from Case Western Reserve against Estevez from Chicago.
So after the Pantalandolfo win on mat 2, we'll stay in weight class 157. And Case Western's Thomas Wagner, the 3 seed, against Chicago's 4 seed, Dan Gunlogson. And that's just started on mat 2. Ron Jantz along with Tom Evans.
Wagner comes into the tournament at 15-10.
Trying to fight out of that single. And points for Chicago's Gunlogson.
Gunlogson, well, that's Darian Estevez, isn't it? They announced Estevez.
Oh, I'm sorry, Darian Estevez for Chicago.
Estevez is a senior, comes in at 7-1 on the season.
And he's the 2 seed in this tournament. He got the bye in that first round, and Wagner beat Amar Khan from NYU to get to this point. Pantalandolfo in this 157 weight class is into the championship final. He'll await the winner of this match on mat 2.
Estevez with the early 3-0 lead. We got a stalling warning on Estevez for not coming up off of that ankle.
And they're off the mat on mat 1.
And Estevez says, I'm going to turn him loose, so we'll go neutral here. Estevez with the 3-1 lead on Wagner on mat 2.
Last year in the 165 weight class, Tom, Darian Estevez won the UAA. He's dropped down a weight class to 157 this year.
He's a solid 157 pounder, that's for sure. Get into a little bit of a scramble. Estevez trying to finish off. Wagner kind of shoot through on the legs there. No points yet on the takedown. Wagner holding onto the leg. Estevez trying to work behind. Estevez picking up the ankle. Got Wagner to his hip. Wagner just kind of holding on for no points there. Estevez now gets behind, kicks the leg free, picks up another 3, goes ahead 6-1 on Wagner.
Tom, on mat 1, Tyler Joseph with his headset off. And he's going to win the top seed over here at 174.
Mat number 1, 184-pound weight class. Creighton again of Chicago against Comier of
So on mat 1, you've got Matthew Gummer from Case Western against Cade Creighton for Chicago. That's on mat 1 right now.
Creighton with a quick 3 and release. Takes a 3-1 lead in the first 10 seconds of the bout there on Gamir.
Matt Gamir, a sophomore.
Wagner on mat 2 trying to bring Estevez back to the mat. Turns him loose. Estevez with just a straight shot bully double for the takedown on Wagner.
Yeah, bully's
on
the
mat
right
2.
word, right? I mean, that was just a bull rush.
That's just the old bully double there.
Like
92 lead for him.
Defensive lineman just pushing the offensive lineman right into his
That's it.
quarterback.
That's exactly it.
Gamir trying to fight out of that single. They have yet to give a takedown. And takedown points just awarded on mat 1.
Creighton with the second takedown.
On mat 1, Gamir clearly the aggressor in the moment. Tom, if you, and a friend of ours, an official had said to us when you and I went to the Ohio State-Purdue duel, if you wrestle on the edge, you're leaving the match in my hands as an official.
Right.
If you wrestle in the middle, the match is in your hands.
You guys decided. That was one of his pre-match talks, and we talked about that. That was one of the things that I appreciated most from him. He would always tell the wrestlers in the pre-match, he goes, guys, if you wrestle in the center, you're going to decide the bout. If you wrestle on the edge of the mat, I'm going to decide the bout.
Yet many people wrestle on the edge of the mat. And
Estevez with another double leg there on mat 2 for another takedown on Wagner.
As a matter of fact, on mat 1, Creighton's coaches from Chicago, which are right in front of us, said, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
When he kept wrestling on the edge, he goes, get to the center of the mat.
Yep. Creighton with a quick escape.
He's shouting at him, center of the mat
Center
again.
of the mat, yep.
Wagner trying to pull in Estevez's left leg. And he just got a reversal.
Takedown. I think from the neutral, he got 3, so he had to be coming from the neutral position. So Wagner coming back a little bit on Estevez late in that bout. Creighton with a long shot, not much of a setup. Gamir with a chance to sprawl on him there, work him a little bit, peels him back up to his feet. Now got his arms bundled, goes into a Russian tie. Creighton comes out of that clean.
One more on mat 2, that match drawing to a close Estevez and Wagner. Six rather, in that 157-pound weight class, and these are the 2 and 3 seeds on mat 2 right now. And that match is over.
Riding time extra point for Estevez as he gets the win.
So Darian Estevez from the University of Chicago will knock off Thomas Wagner of Case Western, and Estevez advances to a championship final. Both him and Ponte Landolfo.
174-pound weight class. Crutchley from Case Western Reserve against Veale from New York.
On mat 2, we'll go to the 174-pound weight class. And wearing the colors of Case Western is Chase Crutchley. And for NYU, it's Nikki Bell. That's on mat 2 at 174.
Bell comes in at 17-7. Crutchley comes in at 12-5, the freshman.
The winner of this will advance to the championship final at 174. Bell here with a bye, and Crutchley knocked off Lynott for Chicago.
Bell quickly in the lead, 3-0. Creighton with another takedown here on mat 1 for the Maroons. Kamir trying to pick up the tempo here on Creighton.
Matthew Gamir, Case Western on mat 1. Here on campus from South Carolina. Chapin, South Carolina. Matt, a sophomore. Creighton's tough to get in on.
Yep, good defense.
Nice sprawl, good quickness, and they'll raise
Creighton will
his
get the
hand.
win there.
Creighton will win in that round robin at 184. Back to mat 2 at 174. It's Crutchley and Bell.
184-pound weight class. Urban Yemen from New York against Furman, also from New York.
So a couple of NYU wrestlers going at it here on mat 1 at 184.
Trent Furman, the number 1 seed, is wrestling his teammate. And that would be
Dmitry,
Durbanyev.
say that 10 times.
Yeah,
Durbanyev.
Durban.
Once was enough.
Yeah.
Dmitry, he's wrestling Dmitry.
Crutchley and Bell back on mat 2. And that period coming to a close, and it does. So Crutchley will choose on top, and that's Nikki Bell, the 2 seed, in the referee's position. Ron Yance and Tom Evans along with you today from the Veale Athletic Center on the campus of Case Western Reserve University, home this year to the UAA Championships. NYU, the defending association champions, and they're doing nothing today to hurt their causes of a repeat. Crutchley trying to get off the mat on mat 2 against Bell. On mat 1, Furman and Durbin Denyev have been locked in an almost stalemate position for the last several minutes. Bell and Crutchley on mat 2. Crutchley with 1 win in the book already today. And trouble on mat 1 and a pin. So on mat 1 at 133, Jake Venezia from NYU, the number 2 seed, who had an opening round bye, will take on Jackson Rustad from Chicago. Rustad beat Barrios, Green Barrios from Case Western to get to this point. And that Bell Crutchley match still going on mat 2. Got to give Chase Crutchley a lot of credit. He is stuck with Nicky Bell, the 2 seed. Rustad in on the single, but not yet controlled for takedown points. And they'll wrestle to the edge. Rustad with takedown points on mat 1. And he's got Venezia in trouble. Back points coming. Venezia just fighting for his life right now.
Look,
mat 1.
trying to get back to his chest here. He does. Gives up the 4-point near fall.
Jake Venezia's coach for NYU just told him, listen, plenty of time, Jake, let's go, plenty of time. Let's get 1. So he wants, start with the escape.
Got to start some, yeah.
1 move at a time. One minute left in the period, and there's the 1 for Venezia.
Venezia trying to hold him in a danger position there. Gets the 3. Now he steps over, looking for some back points. Venezia's got the leg laced.
Trying to pull that shoulder through. Lift and pull.
Turk that arm across the top there. Pick up some additional back points.
And on mat 2 and advancing is Nicky Bell. So Bell, the 2 seeds in the championship final at 174.
Mat number 2,
So stepping up on mat 2 right now is DeRosa, Anthony DeRosa from NYU against his teammate Luke DuPont. And that's on mat 2 at 197.
DeRosa comes in at 10-6, the freshman, and DuPont 6-5, the junior.
On mat 1, Rustad on top. And Venezia with the escape point. So Jake Venezia has done exactly what his coach told him to do.
Yep.
You got plenty of time, Jake. Just, get
Battle
one,
back.
get that escape, and he did. That turned into a takedown and back.
Take down some back points, a little bit at a time. And with a 3-point takedown and 4-point near fall, you can get back in the match pretty quickly if you're patient.
Rustad trying to pop that head out. And he does.
Rustad with a nice fireman's carry there.
And he's locked in. Venezia is in trouble. If Rustad can keep that right shoulder of Venezia down, if he can squeeze the left, just drive those shoulder blades together, and he does.
Gets the fall.
Wow. That's how quick a match can turn, right?
Yep, nice job of staying with the carry. He kept the arm tight on the carry and right to the back.
So Rustad advances at 133.
Number 1, 149-pound weight class. Minden of Case Western Reserve against Saxton from Chicago.
On mat 1 at 149. And these are guys trying to fight out of the losers bracket right now. It's Cale Saxton for Chicago and Robert Minden for Case Western. That is your activity on mat 1, left of your screen. And on mat 2, the NYU match between DuPont and DeRosa continues.
Sexton in deep trying to finish it off between the legs. And then with the drape, Sexton now is able to pop the head out. He's got the leg trapped. He's looking for takedown and back points here. He's got the takedown. Sexton with a 3-0 lead for the Maroons.
Period ends on mat 2.
Sexton with the bar. Referee taking a look, tell him to keep it legal. Doesn't want to slip into a chicken wing. Sexton with the bar, now trying to pick up the far wrist.
Trying to grab that right wrist of Minden. Minden doing a nice job using that elbow as a tabletop or a table leg almost. And arm bars.
Sexton goes right back to the 2-on-1, looking for a tilt there.
Trying to tilt again, and in and out of it was Minden, although he's getting back.
Getting the count.
I think he got a 3 count. He did.
He got a 3 count. He got 3, and then Linden gets the not going to get the reversal. They're still giving Sexton in control now. He gets 1 point for the escape, so we're neutral.
This is all on mat 1 we are referring to now. And it's in the 149 weight class. It's Minden from Case Western and Saxton from Chicago.
NYU wrestlers on mat 2, DuPont and DeRosa.
Period wraps on mat 1. And just again, we cannot see the monitor on either mat. We're in a bad position behind both monitors, so we can't tell you the match score or even the time left in the period. So next time we do this, they've got to put our tables
On the other side. Yep. I was looking, I thought it might be on Track Wrestling. I thought it might be able to pull it up for us, and I'm not able to, so it's not on track.
Minden for Case Western on mat 1 right now, trying to work
He started
his way into a
started the second period neutral.
points here against Saxton.
Sexton with the lead. Minden trying to work the front headlock a little bit. Working around. Sexton trying to drag out of it. Minden really keeping some pressure on him there. Nice job. Nope. Now he comes up, reshot underneath. Sexton with the spin around behind. No points yet. Minden kind of squats on it.
Tom, we're going to bring in an NYU wrestler. If you want to switch headsets.
Absolutely.
Nick Krasinski behind you. Nick, come on in here. Stand up if you like, or sit down, whatever whatever you're.
All right.
So, joining us now from NYU is their very talented 141-pounder, Nick Krasinski. And Nick, first of all, congratulations on the day. It's a UAA Championship, and NYU, the defending champs, and you guys are wrestling well right now as a team.
Yep.
And you are here to talk about your teammate. And we really want to get the word out on Benny Bautista. Last year he was a champion at 125 in the University Athletic Association, and very much looking forward to this season. And I'll let you, as his teammate and friend, tell everybody where we're at right now with Benny Bautista, why you're here talking about him, and why everybody in the wrestling community is trying to send prayers, thoughts, and good wishes to Benny.
Yeah, so Benny, he's been my best friend since freshman year. He's my roommate, my brother. He's one of the best people I've ever met. Yeah, so he is grade 3 it's hard to pronounce, glioma.
It's an aggressive malignant brain tumor. Yeah.
But the kid, he's the most positive kid I've ever met. He's smiling through the process, making it look easy, and it's giving the whole team hope, giving everyone around him hope. Strongest kid I've ever met, and he still has humor, even going through this. It's awesome, and he's gonna get through it.
Now, you guys have started, meaning the wrestling community at NYU, to help Benny fight cancer.
Mm-hmm.
You've started a GoFundMe account,
Yep.
for lack of a better term, and it's doing really well, but
yeah.
it needs to be doing really well, doesn't
Yeah.
it? How can people get involved?
You can go online if you look up Benny's fight. It'll pop up on the GoFundMe if you just look it up on the internet. And you can donate. We're super close to our goal. I think we're at almost 117,000. Our goal is 125,000. If we can just keep pushing up, it'll be awesome for him and really helpful for his family.
Right now he's undergoing chemotherapy and radiation.
Yep.
And, he's trying to balance the emotional part. And you said,
Yeah,
outwardly at least, Benny's winning that battle.
he's
right
making
now.
it look easy. He says he doesn't feel it. He says it's smooth, and he's gonna keep doing that. And even no matter what, even if he's going through pain, he's still gonna keep a smile on his face to be positive, and I love it.
Now, Nick, you know him well. You said
Yeah.
roommate, best friend. How important is the mentality of a wrestler to have in the current fight that Benny Bautista is facing?
Yeah, he's doing this really just like how he wrestles in a mat. He's relentless. If you have a positive mindset, you're gonna win the match, and this is the big match, and he's gonna win it. I really think that wrestling is one of the biggest parts to how he's handling this.
Have you guys talked to him today or last night or coming into this weekend's defense of your UAA championship?
Talk to him every night.
Every night.
He's just chilling at home. He's
He may be listening right now or watching this
hopefully
online broadcast.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's doing really well. He's just cracking jokes in the group chat. It's almost like nothing's really happening, but so that makes it. It's really going to be helpful for him and his family to keep positive.
So once again, if you've just clicked on the online broadcast, we're talking with Nick Kruczynski, the 141-pounder for the Violets of NYU, the defending association champions. And we're talking about Nick's good friend and roommate, Benny Bautista, who a year ago at these championships was the 125-pound champion in the UAA. He also won 2 other tournaments last year. Promising young wrestler for NYU, and he's in the fight of his life right now. He's been diagnosed with a grade 3 aggressive malignant brain tumor, a very rare but very aggressive brain tumor. And he's had extensive surgery to remove as much of that tumor as possible. However, as anyone who's ever been involved in cancer knows, the road ahead is long and the financial burden, well, for the treatment is just overwhelming. And so you've got medical bills, you've got travel for specialized care, you've got lost income. There's a lot that Benny and his family are facing right now. Just aside from fighting, the health condition of cancer, there's real financial implications in this. And Nick and his teammates and the coaching staff and everybody in the NYU community has created a GoFundMe account for Benny, Benny Bautista. And once again, they can go where?
Yep. You can just look up Benny's fight on GoFundMe, and it'll be one of the first to pop up on the internet. We're at 116,000 right now, 117, and it's really, for how far we've come, it's really not. It's a short goal. We just need a couple more $1,000, and we're gonna be helping Benny's family out really well.
Nick, I know it was tough for you to walk over here and talk about your friend because wrestlers are just so connected because you guys share each other's commitment, you share each other's discipline, you share each other's pain, and now you share each other's struggle. And so we thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
If throughout the rest of this afternoon, if any of your teammates want to come over and talk about Benny again, you send them our way.
All right, sounds good. Thank
Nick
you.
Kruczynski, good luck. Okay.
Hold on.
All right, we're gonna get a picture here. We'll hold up the Benny's fight against cancer.
Good stuff, Nick.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Kruczynski, the 141-pounder for the NYU Violets, talking about his teammate and friend, Benny Bautista, as Benny is in the
Love the attitude.
Right now.
Love the attitude.
You could tell that was you could not see Nick because the cameras are on mats 1 and mats 2 in this UAA championship, but he was red in the eye. That's an emotional topic.
It's clear that he means what he says when that's his best friend.
Absolutely.
And they're all pulling for him, and he talked about how great his attitude is. And you battle every day in wrestling, but that's nothing compared to battling cancer. And hats off to his teammates and everybody for rallying around and supporting that cause for Benny Bautista.
They've got 116,000 raised of their goal of 125, so they're almost there, but not yet there. So look Benny up. Look that GoFundMe account up, and as we all know, anything counts. Anything. Champion a year ago at this tournament. 125 UAA champion Benny Bautista. So Benny, if you're watching the online broadcast, our best to you, young man. Tom, talking to Nick, I had my back turned to the mats, so what do we have going on here right now?
Well, we got Case in New York here. I think we're NYU here, and I think we got a semifinal bout here. I was trying to pick up from the announcer who we had. They're mixing in the semifinals with some wrestlebacks right now. We've got Case and NYU on mat 1, and Case in Chicago on mat 2 right now. Four-point near fall for Chicago on mat 2 against the Case wrestler.
So on mat 2, Tom, it's Sean Conway for Chicago against Valerino for Case Western.
Okay.
That's on mat 2 at 141 pounds. I checked with Otto Penica.
Conway working back around, turn Valerino again. Another 4-point near fall.
And here on mat 1, we've got Calvin Kai for Case Western and John Mariano for NYU. And this is in the losers bracket.
Kai with the takedown.
So Valerino and Conway on mat 2, and Conway's in control of that. Valerino fighting off his back right now. And Kai and Mariano here on mat 1.
The referee coming to the table here to question the takedown.
And mat 2 is over. It will be the University of Chicago, Sean Conway with the win. The 141 class in a round robin format. The 149 that you're seeing on mat 1, that's in a bracketed format, and these two are in the losers bracket trying to fight their way back for the 3rd and 4th place match. It's Calvin Kai for Case Western and John Mariano for NYU. Mariano beat Robert Minden earlier today and then lost to Conley, the number 1 seed. And it was Calvin Kai who lost to Cale Saxton for Chicago in his opening match.
A lot of hand fighting going on now between Kai and Mariani.
Kai stepped back, looked at the clock. Somebody shouted, Kai, you can't wait.
Kai with the lead right now.
Mariano checks the clock. And almost a throw at the edge of the mat. Both wrestlers highly concerned with the time on the clock right now.
Right. Kai circles, gets the stalling warning. Not going to be enough time to pick up a second. Unless he steps out of the bounds here. Mariani looking for the inside trip. Now he goes for the throw.
Right at the end of the match.
Kai holds on for the win.
So Kai will advance. Calvin Kai beats Mariano. They came into the 149 bracketed class today ranked 3rd and 4th, seeded 3rd and 4th. Kai the 3 seed. So on mat 1, we go to 157, and this is in the losers bracket. Amar Khan for NYU against Dan Gunlickson from Chicago. So it's Khan and Gunlickson on mat 1.
I didn't populate it. No, they need rest time too.
Got a pin on mat 2.
Two new NYU wrestlers. We get the fall.
Khan lost to Wagner for Case Western in his opening round match, and they're on the edge of the mat.
Khan and Gunnarsson here on mat 1. Khan in New York. Gunnarsson of Chicago. Over under tie here. Khan goes for the throw. Gunnarsson kind of squats on it, gets the 3-point takedown. Gunnarsson with the cradle, brings him through, getting back points now. Gunnarsson looking for the fall. He's got the cradle tight. Khan breaks the cradle.
Tom, we're going to bring in Bruce Haberly.
Very good.
Bruce is the NYU head wrestling coach. And Bruce, if you want to step right over here.
I'm going to get out of your way, Bruce.
Put on.
Keep one ear off.
Sit or stand. Yeah, you can.
Okay. Let's considering my back is hurt, I'll sit.
Okay. Keep, and you can keep the one ear off so you can hear me.
Okay.
All right. So we
Yep.
got Bruce Haberly with us, and Bruce is the NYU head wrestling coach. And Bruce is here to talk about Benny Bautista. And it's one of the central storylines, I think, today. You know, wrestlers as a whole, just a tight-knit community, right? I mean,
Sure.
I've talked many times on the broadcast today. You and I can wrestle against each other on the mat, you know, try to just dominate each other, but at the end, we shake hands and we walk off and we respect the heck out of each other. So,
Yep.
you know, you've got that going on already mental-wise for wrestlers, and then you throw in, you know, a very serious life situation with a wrestler who you know and love and have coached, and Benny Bautista. So why don't you take us through, you know, the beginning for Benny in his fight against cancer and where he's at right now?
Well, first off, I've coincidentally, right, Benny is from my town. I live in the same town as Benny, so I've known him for a lot of years. I really didn't get to know him until I started recruiting him in his senior year. Prior to that, I knew who he was. Again, he lived in my town. We thought he was going to go to my high school. He went to a Catholic school instead. So we were all a little upset. We were actually losing him. And then, you know, obviously the bonus is we got to recruit him, and he came to NYU, and he's been with us ever since.
And last year, a 125 champion.
Yeah, I was a UAA champ last year. He's always improving. He's had a very successful high school career, and he's had a very successful college career up to this point. So.
And Benny's fighting cancer right now, a
Correct.
very rare and aggressive form of brain cancer.
Yeah, so Benny was actually on a flight home, and he had a seizure. And this is how
And this was August?
This was August, correct, right. So he had a seizure, and you know, you know, they thought it was something else, maybe a parasite or something else, and they said we need to kind of look at this and maybe get an MRI or CAT scan or whatever the case might be, and they looked at it and determined, okay, this wasn't the case. He had cancer.
And the team at that point decided they set goals, right? I mean, you know, wrestlers have goals, athletes have goals, disciplined people have goals, and you guys dug right into it. Tell me about what you did.
Well, I mean, it's you know, you measure things in your life, and and when something like this happens, you realize how insignificant wrestling is. You know, wrestling is just a little minuscule piece of life, right? And you're dealing with real people, and you're dealing with people that you deeply care about, and so it kind of puts things in perspective, right? So, so you know, so we right away, the families jumped on it, the parents jumped on it, everybody kind of was involved in what can we do for Benny, right? And so we put together this FundMe page, if that's what you call it, a page, I don't know.
It's called Go Benny?
Go, yes, correct. And we've been raising money, and we've done an outstanding job so far. And you know, above and beyond the raising money, I mean, you have people delivering food to his house frequently, and you know, he's getting recognized, and you know, I don't know, really recognized is the term, but you know, people are reaching out and showing their you know, how they feel about him, I guess.
We're talking with Bruce Haberle, the NYU head wrestling coach and Benny's coach, and you heard the history there. He's known him all the way back to his high school days, actually his middle school days before he made his high school choice.
Yep.
And so let's talk about Benny, the young man. What is it about him that you've always admired, and what is it about him that you know he is, you know, relying on now innerly in his own self to, you know, to fight through the initial stages of this current challenge?
I think the one thing that everybody would say, right, and you know, I guess you spoke to other people, the one thing that I think you will probably hear from everybody is just his positivity, okay? He's, you know, in his mind, he just seems unshakable, and he's positive, and, you know, if you mention this to him, he tell you with a smile on his face, this thing ain't getting me. This is, you know, I'm going to be fine with this. I'm going to handle it. Don't even worry about it. He's came and talked to me about eligibility next year.
So it's great to have goals, right?
Absolutely. He goes, I'm going to beat this thing, and I'd like to get this year back.
Yeah.
You know? I said, Benny, you know, we'd love to have you. So
that would be special, right?
It certainly would. We would love it. We would love it. But I mean, he does everything. You know, he's handling it with a smile on his face. He went in and had brain surgery where they moved a good percentage of the tumor, right? And, you know, in person, I asked him, I mean, how do you feel about this? Are you nervous? He's like, no. I'll be fine. And that just seems to be he's handling this situation. Very, very upbeat. You know, just to expand on this a little bit, he's, you know, before this thing, right? Before he's gotten cancer, he's been a positive kid, the most respectful kid and the most positive kid around. And, you know, that this isn't a statement because, you know, he's run into this situation. This is just who he is and who he's always been. He's always been this way. So there's a, you know, I could say, hey, I love this kid. But I got to be honest with you, I'm not unique in that. You know, we have 40 other guys who feel the same way.
Right.
You know, and hence that's why he's a leader. That's why he's one of the captains of this team.
Well, we had Nick Krasinski on, your 141-pounder, a bit back, and, you know, Nick said he's best friends with Benny, roommates, and he said the same positive stuff about just his positive mental approach.
Yeah.
You know, Benny's not only helping himself, he's helping everybody else, right?
Yeah, correct. The funny thing is don't tell Nick this. I don't want to upset him, but a lot of people say Benny's my best friend.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. Because that's how he comes off. He comes. Everybody says, "Hey, me and Benny are very tight," and that's because that's how he treats people.
Right. Bruce Haberle, the head wrestling coach at NYU, the defending University Athletic Association champions, and well, you're off to a rousing start today, Bruce. I know it's an emotional topic, and we really appreciate you taking the time out on a day that's, you know, obviously a very competitive day for you to step off the wrestling mat for a moment and talk about a real life situation. Thank you.
Yes, I'm happy to do so, and you know, everybody needs to have a prayer for Benny and be in his corner, and you know, I'm betting on Benny.
Yep, betting on Benny. You can go to Go Benny.
That's right.
GoFundMe, and they've got some money left that they'd like to raise. So
Yes.
anything will help.
Absolutely, 100%.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right, betting on Benny. Sounds like a new feature. Yeah, for NYU. I want to thank Bruce Haberly, the NYU head wrestling coach, doing a great job for not only the Violets as a wrestling program, but for one of his guys is a 125-pounder, defending association champion, Benny Bautista. Tom, one mat is inactive.
We're down to one more match here on mat 1. I think they're going to take a little break after this one.
And you and I are going to get some lunch.
There we go. Trying to peek over their shoulder to see what program they're using. If I can log on with my iPad here, we can follow along a little bit better, know who we're getting on the mat.
So this is 165 on the mat in front of us right now. And we've got Chicago and Case Western, and it just ended. And the Maroons with the win. It was Nick Chesser, the 3 seed in the 165.
A couple of Case wrestlers here. Babbitt of Case and Crutchley.
So Luca Babbitt, the 5 seed, against Chase Crutchley, the 3 seed. Crutchley had advanced to the second round, lost to the 2 seed Nikki Bell. Babbitt got knocked out in his first match today with Finn Esklund from NYU.
Crutchley with the early takedown to go up 3-0.
It gets quiet in here when it's just one match.
You're not kidding.
You know, Tom, you and I have both been, I think, blessed in our lives to be at an NCAA championship final. You've been to several. I was at the one in Cleveland in the 1990s at the Wolstein Center. And I've been to a lot of big events in my life, sports-wise, but the spine tingle that you get in a championship final in an NCAA tournament where the arena's dark, it's a gladiator style, match raised, one spotlight on it. There's nothing like it.
It's a spectacle. It truly is a spectacle. And again, I've been to a couple here in Cleveland, been to St. Louis, been to Carolina for the NCAA championships, and it just really, regardless of the venue, it is a spectacle.
And you know what I think is one of the neat things about, I don't know, the ripple effect of that maybe, is they're doing that on the high school level now too. And another thing that they're doing this thing called Duel in the School. And you were the former superintendent of Cuyahoga Heights and been an educator your entire life. I don't know if you've ever been a part of that, but I know in my town right now in Avon Lake, they did that this year, and it was electric. It's in the middle of the school day.
Well, I got to announce one last week.
Yeah, they bring the students in the
Yeah,
gym
they bring
in
the students in.
middle of
I've
the
done
school
it 2 years in a row for Berea Mid Park. Cuyahoga Heights has had a duel in the school, but I did the announcing over at Berea Mid Park as they took on Strongsville, and they did a boys-girls doubleheader. The girls went first and the boys afterwards, and the Normandy coach was there, and he asked if I could do theirs, and it would have been Thursday night, and I couldn't. I had parent-teacher conferences but I just have a blast with it, and we play it up, and they've got the tunnel, and they've got the mat spotlight on, and they're playing the music, and it really gets rocking and rolling.
As a wrestler, and I said earlier in our broadcast that when I wrestled on the mat, the only person I heard was Larry Rowe, my head coach. And it wasn't 100% of the time because you're so locked in. But I would think in that duel in the school environment, you would almost sense the energy, right?
Oh, there's no question about it. And really, so many schools have gone to the mat spotlight, which is really kind of neat. And they shut the rest of the lights off in the gym, so it's that spotlight's down on the mat. And really, really focuses on it and doing a lot of things to promote the sport of wrestling. And if you've watched any of the Big Ten wrestling or Division I wrestling, the stands are packed for Division I dual meets. And I think dual meets are tournaments are what decides championships, but dual meets really get fans into the seats for wrestling.
Period ends, and Crutchley, as you saw, completely in control of this teammate match here at 174 pounds. Well, you and I were at the Veale Center for Purdue and Ohio State this year, and the Veale is always near capacity.
Oh, rocking. It was 4,000 in there last night for the Penn State-Ohio State match. My brother was in attendance there last night, so yeah, they were rocking and rolling. And that's a great venue. That venue is built for volleyball and for wrestling, and it's kind of a bowl, and really the fans are close. They've got the mat up on a podium, on a stage thing, and it really is a great setting.
One match left here in this opening session. We'll all take a break. Championship finals in the bracketed. We've got a lot of round robins in this UAA this year, but there are bracketed championships that will.
Yeah, this looks like my desk at school in front of you, where you got paper spread out all over the place here, Ron. This is.
Well, I mean, the one challenge for you and I, to be honest, has been to keep track of both mats and identified wrestlers, because in other sports, there's a number attached to a jersey.
Right.
And you've got a roster, and you know exactly who that player is or that athlete is. And you and I, although wrestling fans and involved in wrestling at some point in our life, when the guys are out there in their singlets with no identifiable feature on their jersey or their singlet, it's hard to tell who they are.
Makes it a little tougher sometimes.
So, Tom, after this weekend, what's next for the wrestlers that we're seeing today?
Well, we start tournament trails here in the state of Ohio. For these wrestlers, they go to a kind of a pre-regional next week. I think I looked in the schedule. It's a couple-week track to their nationals. The Big Tens take place in 2 weeks, and then there's 2 weeks in between the Big Ten and the national championships, your conference tournaments for your qualifiers in Division I. So it's tournament time. Everybody's kind of honing down and getting ready. High school-wise, we start on tournaments next week, both boys and girls, sectionals, part of that 3-week journey.
And as a wrestler, obviously, if you could pick your nirvana situation, so to speak, at this point in the year, you'd want to be completely healthy and strong physically. But, the attrition of a season will dictate that be otherwise. So, realistically, going into the national tournaments, regardless of division, where can wrestlers, really want to be?
Well, as fit as possible, first of all, and that's where they're at, and as healthy as possible, because then the rest kind of falls where it may at that point in time. And a lot of the Division I schools all take a week off between the Big Tens and their tournaments and the national championships. Although I'm seeing that the Division III, they're jumping right into this next week, so they're getting after it in a hurry. Even on a high school level, I like the week off in between, just to get healthy and just to get it, make sure we get some lifting in and a whole lot of things, so that when we hit that tournament trail, that we're ready to go, and we take any kind of excuses off the table and then we give the bumps and bruises a little bit of time to heal too.
A lot of the young men that you see wrestle today here in the UAA will be in the national conversation.
Chicago with a couple ranked wrestlers, and NYU with several ranked wrestlers here in the top 20 in their weight classes. As I was looking through it here, and as a team, NYU in Intermat was ranked 15th. Division III. Oh, about 3 or 4 years ago, here at the Veale Center, they held a regional, the regional tournament, one of the Division III regional tournaments. I came over. Baldwin Wallace had a real nice team and had a former wrestler on BW's team, and watched it here.
They've got a nice team again this year.
Yeah, they do. Yep. Coach Gibbs doing a heck of a job over there.
So this one is over.
Ladies and gentlemen, now take a 5-minute break. We'll now take a 5-minute break. When we resume, championship for
The announcer just said we're going to take a 5-minute break.
That doesn't give us much time
Well,
to eat.
in wrestling time, that's that's a little bit longer.
A little bit longer. Tom and I are going to go off headsets, turn our mics back, and we'll be back. All right, we are back at the Veale Athletic Center. And on mat 1 in the 125 UAA Championship. In the open, so you've got the round robin format. Actually, on mat 2, you've got Littman and Elizio.
And then
on mat 1, you've got the 133 championship.
Yeah, Martinez Case and Rustad of University of Chicago.
So Art Martinez for Case Western, the number 1 seed, and Rustad Jackson pulled the upset. He knocked off Jake Venezia, the 2 seed. And Rustad's a 3 seed, so maybe it wasn't an upset, but Chicago's Jackson Rustad against Case Western's Art Martinez. And that's on mat 1, and this is for the bracket championship in 133. And then on mat 2 in the round robin, you've got Mateo Littman of Chicago and E.J. Elizio of Case Western.
We get a stalemate here on mat 1, and get in a little scramble. Martinez and Rustad as they go off the mat. Again, championship bouts are on mat 1, and some of the round robins and placing matches are on mat 2. Rustad this time in on a single, trying to bring it up. Martinez countering, shelves it across there, trying to get the inside trip. Martinez comes through the legs, trying to come out the back door, and we're back into one of those scrambles again. This time Martinez is getting his hips up, trying to finish off the takedown. Rustad doing a nice job of holding onto the foot. Martinez trying to put him into a danger position. Rustad doing a good job of hanging on there. And we're pretty close to 3 there. He's out the back door. Referee still not awarding the point yet. Rustad still holding on to that leg.
His Spartan teammates, Matt's side, want the takedown. And it's coming, I think. And there it is.
Now he gets his 3. 3 points for Martinez. Quickly goes to the cradle. Not able to tie it up. Martinez of Case leads 3-0. 1 point escape for Rustad. We're back on our feet neutral. Rustad with the takedown this time. So Rustad with a 4-3 lead as they're on the edge of the mat. Martinez kind of fell asleep for a second there. Rustad took advantage of that. The quick reshot by him once they got to their feet.
Right, Tom?
Yep.
Just one blink of an eye. A year ago, Rustad, or Martinez rather, was second at 141 pounds in the UAA. He lost in this championship
quickly
round.
to his feet, gets his 1 as we tie it up here 4-4 in the first period.
Martinez with the open sprawl, trying to control Rustad as Rustad works.
He's got Rustad underneath now, really working that front headlock on him, trying to block the knee on the far side there, not able to take Rustad off his pins. Getting down to short time here in the first period. Martinez really kind of working Rustad underneath there, taking a little bit of wind out of him there. And that ends the first period, 4-4.
Well, that's what you would expect in a championship final. So Rustad's choice.
He defers, and Martinez will go down to start the second. All tied up at 4 here at the start of the second period.
Again, Art Martinez in this final with a first round bye and then a win over James Carlock in the second round. Rustad's here, the 3 seed, knocked off Alex Green Barrios from Case Western in the opening round, then beat the 2 seed Jake Venezia.
Martinez quickly to his feet, gets his 1 to take a 5-4 lead. Back into that front headlock position. Rustad trying to drag it through. No luck. Martinez trying to extend Rustad a little bit here. The front headlock. during our break, we did find out that Benny Bautista's listed in out there. So, Benny, get well wishes and keep battling from Ron Janssen and myself here.
Absolutely. Had a chance to talk to Tim Farrell, the Director of Sports Information for the University Athletic Association. And he has known Benny and his coach for a long time, done stories. And we've heard that Benny and others really liked the coach comment of, "I'm betting on Benny."
Betting on Benny. Sounds like a T-shirt to me.
It's a T-shirt. Absolutely. I'd love to have a T-shirt that says "Betting on Benny." When they go on sale, I will buy several. So Jackson Rustad, the sophomore out of Queen Creek, Arizona.
To the stalling warning that time for going off the mat. I don't think the coach is real happy with that call.
That happened right in front of the corner mat, maroon staff. Second period, seconds from ending. Both wrestlers careful right now, I would say, and waiting for, you know, that one change of balance or momentum that you feel that could lead to, you know, a quick turn.
Martinez almost trying to force Rustad off the mat, see if he can draw another stalling call on him. Not able to. Rustad's choice in the third period. He chooses down, trailing by a point in the third period, 5-4. Riding time not a factor in this match.
Nope, they've been on their feet. Trying to sit and roll out of it. Is Rustad.
Martinez pressuring in. Now pressuring forward, trying to come across. Rustad, nice job on the hands, gets the escape. We're all tied up at 5.
The Chicago staff points to Martinez and said, "Go get him," to Rustad. Mat 1 is the focus for us right now. This is a championship final.
Rustad not a real good shot. Martinez once again got him trapped underneath in that front headlock. He hadn't been able to do anything with it the first couple periods. Rustad trying to drag out of it.
Threw the
shot
arm
out
by.
of it.
Yep, and the sprawl
You
kept
heard the-
Martinez alive.
Case wrestlers wanted Martinez to spin there on that wayward shot by Rustad.
And we
We're
got
gonna
a
get a
stalemate.
stalemate call out of that. You don't see referees call stalemate too often in that front headlock position. Rustad with a little throw by, in on the single, trying to pull it in. Martinez with the whizzer.
And he's real close.
Rustad really kind of scoops it in. He's got the 3. Takedown for Rustad. Rustad goes ahead 8-5.
Martinez with work to do. And he's trying to stay on the mat. And there's a reversal, maybe. Not yet. Rustad still with the leg. There's the escape.
Rustad gets his 1. Not enough. Martinez gets his 1 as that bout ends 6-5 or 8-6. Favor of Rustad from Chicago.
Wow. Boy, Rustad earned it today. Beat both the 1 and the 2 seed.
Yep.
Beat the 2 seed to get to the 1, then knocked off the 1.
Conway and Kadish here in the championship bout at 141 pounds.
Sean Conway from Chicago. Tyler Kadish, the 1 seed from NYU. This is a 1 and a 2. Just like the 133 championship. Tyler Kadish, a first-year wrestler at NYU out of Newton, Maine.
They told us they wouldn't have the team scores till at the end, but I think we're fairly confident that NYU is in the driver's seat based on what we've seen today.
Trying to repeat from last year's championship. They knocked off Chicago. They were 1-2. NYU had 146.5 points, and Chicago 28 points behind them. Benny Bautista was a 125-pound champion last year at 125. Talked about Benny today and his brain cancer battle. His teammates obviously firmly in his camp, his coaching staff, not only the NYU wrestling community, but the entire UAA wrestling community. You can go to Go Benny on the GoFundMe site, and you can donate to Benny's fight against brain cancer.
Conway and Kadish into a little bit of a scramble here. Kadish holding on to that leg, kind of with a reverse arm lock there. Kadish trying to free it. We get a stalemate, and we'll go back to neutral in the center.
Well, Sean Conway won this weight group last year. He was the 141-pound champion. So he is trying to repeat. And he's a junior. So if he can win this, then he'll have an opportunity as a senior to win 3 straight UAA.
Conway came in ranked number 23 in the country with a 20-8 record as a junior. Started the tournament, picked up a couple wins here.
Let's get to your offense. Let's go.
Tyler Kadish comes in, freshman with a 21-3 record, ranked number 19 in Interstat Wrestling, Division III.
Both guys trying to work that upper body. And the end of the period.
Going into the second period, 0-0.
So Kadish defers and Conway will go down.
So I'm looking to his coaches.
Conway up quick.
Stalling warning on
point.
Stalling warning on Kadish as Conway gets the escape.
Now he's got his head inside Conway with Kadish right now.
Got the headlock there on his feet, looking for the inside trip.
And Kadish has done a nice job popping out. Conway the aggressor at this point in the second period. What, maybe 1-2 shots in this match so far?
They're really feeling each other out, really kind of not seeing the openings they want to really sell out on a shot.
Well, the discipline not to shoot just to shoot too, right? I mean, you've got to be in a place where
bad shots will cost you big time against good wrestlers.
His teammates Sean Conway, and there's the shot.
Takes the outside single there, elevates Conley into the air, trying to bring him to the mat, get his points. Conley does a nice job of squaring up and sprawling.
Man, he really landed well.
Getting some weight on him. Great balance in the air for Conley there.
He's got his hips just driving into the
heavy hips now.
The back of the neck.
Kadish is in a tough spot there underneath. That's a quick stalemate
and
there.
Break it.
I think Conway really kind of want to work. Conway really want to work him there a little bit. Conway
He
did.
saved himself. Conway
Yeah.
did. Kadish was in
Yeah,
tight
he
on that
he
shot.
Got a good lift on it, but a good balance by Conway coming down.
Second period, seconds away from ending. It's 1-0. Conway started the period down. Kadish deferred. Conway took the down position and escaped, and that's the only point. And the period's over.
Tried that outside head shuck, and Kadish is going to go down to start the third period, trailing 1-0. In riding time, not a factor. Conway was up pretty quick. We're having a little clock problem. Now they're ready to go.
They're set. This is the 141-pound final. Sean Conway from Chicago, the 2 seed, trying to repeat as a 141-pound champion.
Kadish posting up. Conway trying to roll the wrist in.
Tyler Kadish on the bottom for NYU, down 1-0, third period. And he's about to tie it up. Conway staying strong. So here's the example of all the weight and the pressure on the shoulders, not the hips.
Conway really trying to get riding time here.
So let me ask you, Tom, if you're working for riding time, why not put pressure on the hips to keep your opponent from, raising up like
It's not about the hips getting up. It's got to be back pressure. The chest has got to be able to come up. Coach is talking about
23 seconds.
some discrepancy in the clock.
Tom, I'm going to go off headset for a second to see the clock because it's, one of our disadvantages
Sure.
right now.
See where we're at riding time wise too. You can peek over his shoulder there. Now the coaches are at the table.
Now they're discussing the riding time. It was 57, and they're discussing whether it's 47. There's 1:07 left in this period, in this match. It's 1-0 Conway for Chicago over Kadish of NYU. I don't know if they switched it to 47, but it was at 57.
Well, it should have been because it should have been about a 15-second, because it was about 15 seconds for Conway to escape, and Kadish gets the quick escape before Conway can get riding time. So I think we're tied up at 1-1 right now.
Yep.
We're tied up 1-1 right now. I don't think there's a riding time advantage. This is going to come down to that. Who's got the good shot here? Who's got the best shot to get the takedown and win the match?
No takedowns yet in this match. The 2 points, guys on the bottom escaping in their respective periods.
Closest probably coming back in that first period when Kadish got in on the single and got the lift, and Conway really did a nice job of coming back to the mat, and that time looking for a little high crotch. Conway kind of gets behind him. He's got to bring him to the mat.
And he
score,
does.
And he does.
And he's got him.
And he does. He gets his
Spins him,
three.
and that could be the winner. It's 4-1 Conway. And seconds away from this match ending.
He's got to be close to picking up riding time too.
Conway lifts. Kadish getting it at everything he's got. Conway looks at the clock
Nice
and throws Kadish
nice
down to the mat, and
return.
that's it.
And it'll end. He picks up a riding time point. That one will end 5-1 in favor of Conway.
Double thumbs up to his coaches. And that's a heck of a match at 141. Conway over
good bout.
Kadish.
Good bout. Next up, Vincenzo Napolitano from NYU.
And Brendan Conley for Chicago. It's a 1 against a 2.
Conley comes in 14-11 on the season.
Vincenzo the junior out of Port St. Lucie, Florida. 149-pounder.
He comes in 10-7, the sophomore does.
He got here with a win over Cale Saxton of Chicago in the semifinal. Connolly, a junior out of Saddle River, New Jersey. And Brendan is here with a win over John Mariano of NYU in the semifinal. So he's got another Violet to beat here in the championship at 149.
Napolitano with the shot. Trying to come out through the back door.
Conley just
Conley
holding
kind of
on.
got the drape on, got the tied up quickly on the ankles. Napolitano now trying to turn the corner here.
Conley's neck is in an awful position right now. I think the official looked at it for
Napolitano
just a
maybe
moment.
trying to put him into a danger position too. No, not really working that right now. Just really trying to split the legs and turn the corner on him. Getting pretty close here. He's got to have his three there. He's got his three.
And he's going to get
Going to
back
get some
points.
near fall points too.
He got the takedown.
He's
and
holding two, so he
two
got
near
two
fall
swipes
points.
in. He'll pick up two near fall, so Napolitano will take a 5-0 lead here early in the first period.
It's NYU against Chicago. They will fight it out for this UAA championship, as they did a year ago.
Conley scoots his hips as Napolitano tries to bring him back to the mat.
They'll bring him back.
Get a stall call. Stalling warning on Napolitano. Napolitano bars an arm up on Conley, looking for some points on the tilt. Conley doing a nice
He's
job
doing
of
a great
rolling
job
it
rolling through that.
Yep.
And he's looking to escape now. If he can get that ankle out.
Conley
And
to
he
his
does.
feet, gets his one. 5-1, Napolitano in the lead here in the first period.
Conley trying to release his left arm right now, and he gets it out. His teammates say stay on him. So here comes Conley, down 4 points. It's 5-1 as we start this second period.
Napolitano chooses down to start the second period, leading 5-1.
Conley's coaches want him to drive forward.
Napolitano quickly to his feet, gets his escape, making it 6-1.
149 final.
Favor Vincenzo Napolitano.
A year ago, NYU won this weight class. Anthony Chavez was the champion at 149. Conley with some work to do.
Conley with his shot, gets the single, trying to work to the side. Shelves the leg, gets his three.
And the road back has started.
6-4 right now. Napolitano still in the lead over Brendan Conley. Conley now looking for his back points. Got the arm
He's got the
tied
arm
up,
and the
looking
wrist,
for some tilt points. Napolitano doing a nice job sitting away from it.
Yeah, Vincenzo's gotten that left arm out enough to grab Conley's leg.
And he gets the
that leads
escape
him
out of it. That'll make it 7-1.
4, right? 7-4.
7-4 rather.
Yeah.
7-4 Napolitano.
Second period. It was all NYU early in this one. End of the second period. So 7-4. Violets. As we
Conley's
head
going to
into
choose
the-
down to start the third. Trailing 7-4. Conley quickly out, making it 7-5.
Yeah, this match is a long way from being over. For much of the first part of this match, it was Napolitano who was in firm command.
Napolitano with not a well set up shot there. Conley just kind of gives it a half a sprawl and comes back to his feet.
Napolitano
doing a
looked
lot
over
of
at
backing. He's got a stalling
he looked
warning.
over at the time clock too. He almost got caught looking.
Kind of like trying to pummel inside on it. Conley in deep. Another stalling warning on Napolitano.
And a
That'll
point.
be one.
A point awarded. 7-6.
7-6 the score.
If Conley can work his way around and Napolitano again looks at that clock, he knows if he can just hold on. So one guy's trying to hold on, the other one is trying to break free, and a stalemate.
We're going to give
or
it a stalemate.
has
We
been
got to be
called.
getting a short time
I
here.
said stalemate because I mean that's exactly what's happening out there.
Yep.
I mean it's a skill, isn't it?
Yep,
Stalling
yeah,
without
it is.
looking like
And
you're stalling.
Napolitano's got to stay in the
Yeah.
center now. He's got to present himself. Conley's got to force something though too. Tries to snap.
Brendan Conley trying to find
Napolitano with the
late
shot.
magic.
Blocks on the leg. That's one way to keep from getting a stalling
just
warning.
Lock in on that.
Now he tries to elevate.
He's watching the clock the whole time. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Nice job of
And he
changing
knows
off
that
to
he's got
one
this
leg there to
match
try
won.
and finish this off.
And it's over. He's going to walk out of it. He watched the clock tick
And
down.
Vincenzo Napolitano is going to come away with a 7-6 victory
That was a real
at
good match.
149 pounds.
Yep.
Mat number 1, 157-pound weight class.
So here we go. The defending wrestler of the year, the defending most outstanding wrestler in this championship a year ago, NYU's Cooper Pontelandolfo. And Cooper will face Darian Estevez for Chicago. It's a 1 seed against a 2 seed.
Pontelandolfo comes in undefeated on the year. Ranked number 3 in the country, Division III.
In
And
on that
quickly
single
on the
leg.
single.
Yep. Estevez just trying to stay on his feet. Pontelandolfo trying to break it down.
Trying to sweep, trying to get Estevez hopping. Now he goes to 2 leg, gets the takedown, works his way up quickly. Go off the mat. Pontelandolfo with the 3-0 lead.
Estevez is here with a win over Wagner in the semifinal.
We're going to get a false start on Estevez. Caution. Gets another free one.
It has been a steady diet of violets and maroons in these championship matches on mat 1.
One-point escape for Estevez, making it 3-1.
We had Martinez from Case Western at 133 in the championship final. He lost to Jackson Rustad of Chicago, but other than Art Martinez on this championship mat 1, it has been NYU and Chicago. Boy, that quick sweep at that left ankle and an even quicker response from Estevez.
Andolfo kind of punches in that underhook. Estevez trying to fight back with the underhook to the other side.
Both wrestlers cautious right now. Neither one willing to, risk something that they're not certain of. They're literally staring each other down.
Andolfo with that underhook and the front headlock on his feet, trying to bring Estevez down to the mat.
Estevez's strength in the matches that we've seen him today, I think it's exceptional.
He really is. Not going to let Andolfo bring him down to the mat where he can kind of work his offense there.
I mean, honestly, he looks bigger than Andolfo. And the period's about to end.
So the first period ends 3-1, favor of Cooper Andolfo. He gets his choice. He goes down in the second period.
A year ago, it was this weight class that Andolfo won, 157 pounds. He was one of 7 NYU wrestlers to make the All-Association team of 10. And he's coming up now, 4-1.
Andolfo always kind of coming forward, always working in. Estevez trying to work his own underhook there.
Estevez, for a moment, the headgear almost fell into his eyes. Well, we've seen that.
Andolfo just kind of crowds in. They wanted the stalling call for Estevez going off the mat. That was Andolfo coming forward. You hear the kind of the groans from the NYU staff over there. They wanted that stalling call with Estevez going off the mat. Referee deemed it part of the action. Now we get a stalling warning on Estevez.
Estevez looks calmly aware of where he's at, meaning there's no sign of shaking him as the second period's about to end, and
Kind of a
he's
half
down.
shot there. He wants to keep it a one-score match, so he's been great defense so far. And it will be as we go to the third period with Cooper Pantalandolfo ahead 4-1. And I'm certain Estevez is going to choose down to start the third period, and he does.
His opportunity to get an escape and get a point. And then he sets himself up from being sets himself up to being just a takeaway from taking the lead, or a takedown.
Action takes him off the mat. We'll get a restart. Pantalandolfo with the front trip as
Trying
they
to
get to the edge of the mat.
Pull Estevez back in. Darian Estevez for Chicago, trying to get out.
Pantalandolfo's got him broken down now. He'll be able to take some time off the clock. Really pressuring hard forward here.
And add on some riding time.
Get the tight waist in on Estevez. Now he goes to the head lever. Really pressuring forward on Estevez. Accumulating some riding time. Stalling warning on another one on Estevez. So that gives another point to Pantalandolfo. Makes it 5-1.
Final period.
And he's got a, now we get a stalling warning on Pantalandolfo. 5-1. Pantalandolfo's got to be close to having accumulated some riding time by now.
157 final.
Nice change off by Pantalandolfo. Estevez, good job of getting to his feet. Estevez quickly back to his feet. Nice job by Pantalandolfo getting him extended on the mat.
Trying to.
Now he goes back to that head lever.
Has control of that. He had been reaching for it.
Now he's trying to thread it through and look for a turn. He's got the arm pulled across around the tight waist.
And this one's about to end.
Pantalandolfo, I'm sure, has accumulated at least one more point rounding time, so this one will end 6-1 in favor of Cooper Pantalandolfo, and he's a defending champ.
Back to back at 157 for NYU's Cooper Pantalandolfo. So in the 165-pound final here on mat 1, Hassan Khan of NYU, the 1 seed, against Marty Landis for Case Western Reserve. Landis just the second Spartan in the championship final on mat 1.
And he comes in at 12-8 on the season.
Hassan Khan, a grad student out of Elk Grove, California.
Khan comes in at 10-9 on the year.
Landis a year ago as a sophomore, he was 12-11, all at 157. He wrestled at 157 his first year here too. He was 18-16. So over 40 wins for Marty Landis, now in his third season of wrestling here at Case Western.
Khan in on the single. Trying to lift Landis off the mat. Lifts, turns, trying to turn the corner, gets his 3. Khan with the early takedown to go ahead 3-0. Quickly with the arm across the back, Bard.
And pulling that chin. He's trying to put Landis' chin on his left knee right now.
What he's doing, he's trying to get that, by pulling that head to him, that pops the near side shoulder up so he can kind of lever him over. Goes back to a 2-on-1. Lots of pressure by Khan on top right now.
Turns the arm bar over. Tucks Landis' left wrist at the base of his back.
Kind of really working Landis hard on top here.
About 50 seconds left in this first period. 165 pounds.
Landis gets his hips back up. Now trying to post the outside leg. See if he can get back to his feet here.
Landis doing a nice job on the bottom, just staying tight. You know, not letting Khan really get inside him anywhere.
Nice lift by Khan right there.
But Khan with the pressure, Landis just can't get himself out. And this second period, or this first period, is over. Khan will choose, he'll defer, and Landis is going to stay on his feet.
Doesn't want to go back underneath there again.
At least not for the moment.
Trailing 3-0 right now, and a ton of riding time for Khan in that first period. Landis with a shot, goes back, tries to run a little front headlock there.
Marty in high school, and he went to Zeeland East in Michigan, was 149-30 in his high school career.
Keep that ankle, Marty. Keep that ankle. Be smart. Keep that ankle. Be smart. You gotta get up, Marty. You gotta get up.
He is hugging that ankle of Khan right now.
Holding on, and Khan tried to come around on him. Now he's got the legs split.
Landis pulls that ankle in.
Step over, try to expose Landis' back, get him in the trouble position. Got him in the danger position here. And he gets the takedown.
That's
go up
patience,
6-0.
right?
Don't give him that arm, Marty. It's gonna get tough.
Patience comes into play too, doesn't it,
Yeah,
Tom?
absolutely.
When, you know, you're working, it's not happening.
And when they've gone to that danger position now too, that even gives you more of an opportunity to be a little bit patient if you can expose the back there and just kind of wait. A referee starts that count, then that bottom wrestler is obligated to do something or give up some back points in the process. Landis back to his feet, gets his one. Now trails 6-1 over Hassan Khan of NYU.
Khan, the 1 seed. Grad student. His record, at least on the stat sheet that we got, and this was as of February 5th, 8-7 in duels this year, 8-7 in matches. 4 of those 8 wins were by fall. You've got a more updated stat sheet.
Yeah, I
though.
got 10 and 9, so
yeah,
not much
more.
different. Yeah. So you go to the third period. Kahn chooses the down position, leading 6-1.
So Tom Landis in this period has to accomplish what?
Well, he's staying on top to see if he can take a little of that riding time off. And now he just turns him out. He's going to have to win it on his feet. I think he wanted to see if Kahn had anything from the bottom position, maybe get into a situation where if he had some special on top to get some turns. Not the case. Kahn gets his 1 to go up 7-1. A lot of times you'll see him just turn the man out knowing that he's got to go takedowns with him. And with the 3-point takedown, you can close that gap a little bit quicker.
Landis came out of that tie-up, looked to the clock. He's the one that the clock is not his friend right now.
Not his friend right now. Landis with a little sweep single, trying to turn the corner on it. Getting low on the leg. Now he's going to lift it up. Going to try to shelf it here. Gets across. Kahn trying to roll through.
Yep. No points awarded.
I think Landis wanted a little bit of time to work there, but the hand was trapped. The
It was
referee
a
called a
quick stalemate,
stalemate.
wasn't it?
Yeah, called a stalemate. Landis snaps Kahn down into a front headlock, trying to turn the corner on it. Kahn does a nice job of staying square.
Kahn just does a great job of staying
Defensively,
inside
he
himself,
stays-
if that
yep.
makes any sense.
Right,
you
he
know
doesn't
what I
get
mean?
extended.
Nope.
Nice deep shot double there. Low double. Comes in, picks up 3 more.
Yeah, he really creates no opportunities for his opponent to,
Nope.
to find, leverage or position.
Doesn't create any openings for him. Takes a 10-1 lead here. This will be an 11-1 final with the riding time. Major decision for Hassan Kahn of New York University.
And this one's over. 165 is in the books. Hassan Kahn of NYU, your UAA conference champion.
Mat number 1, 174-pound weight class. Escalon of New York against Veale, also from New York.
So this one's an all NYU final. Finn Escalon of NYU, the 4 seed, who got here by knocking off Tyler Joseph for Chicago, the 1 seed, to face his teammate, Nikki Bell. And the energy you hear is coming from Matt, too, as a host school Spartan, and the fans here are upset about
Case
something.
coach has got the referee over the table, not happy about something there.
Bell beat Case's Chase Crutchley to get into this final.
Three-point takedown for Bell to start it off. Escalon gets the escape, 3-1. This all NYU final. Okay, that call goes Case Western's way as the referee waves off.
Finn Escalon, a senior.
6-5 on the season. Nikki Bell, a junior, 17-7.
Takedown points.
So we're tied up at 4.
Mat number 2, 197-pound weight class. DeRosa from New York
Esklin beat Luka Babic for Case in his first match of the morning. Wrestling started at 11 o'clock. And we are deep into the finals. UAA champions a year ago, NYU, trying to repeat today. And looking pretty good, trying to defend that championship. And there's the pin.
I think that's Bell with the fall for New York.
174 in the books.
DuPont and Garrigas of Chicago.
So Garrigas is the 1 seed.
He's a junior, comes in at 8-3 on the season.
DuPont, a junior as well, out of Holmdel, New Jersey for NYU. And
Garrigas with the takedown. Luke DuPont comes in at 6-5 as a junior. And we're getting back points by Garrigas.
DuPont with 2 pins and a major decision, 3 of those 6 wins. But he's not thinking about that right now. He's thinking about not getting pinned himself.
All Garrigas early on here. Oh, now he steps over. I thought we were going to get a top body scissors there.
Yeah, it was close.
Garrigas still keeping the pressure on.
Well, he's doing a great job keeping that leg in.
Now he's got him in a headlock.
And this one's
going to be tough to come out of here.
Yep, right now. That's it.
And Garrigas with the fall for Chicago.
So at 197, it was Garrigas, Gunnar Garrigas, the 1 seed.
Bennett Sanborn of New York, sophomore, came into this tournament at 2-4.
And then Edward Perry, the 1 seed out of Chicago. Evan Anderson won this weight class a year ago from NYU. Sound of a pin on mat 2. Championship mat is mat 1.
Perry comes in at 11-11.
285 final. Before we end up wrapping this day up, we want to give another point of attention to support NYU's wrestler Benny Bautista and Benny's fight against brain cancer. One of his teammates wrestling right now, and Bennett Sonborn in the 285 championship final. Last August, Benny had a seizure. They thought it might be a parasite. It turned into brain cancer, a very rare and aggressive malignant brain tumor. Benny's had surgery, extensive surgery, to remove as much as the tumor as possible. And he's currently undergoing chemotherapy and radiation, and he's staying as positive as he possibly can, maybe more so than even his teammates and his coaches. Benny has been the strength in this fight, and his team and his staff and his family at NYU started a fund for Benny. It's called Go Benny, so you can go to the FundMe accounts and look for Go Benny. And you can help because help is needed. And the wrestling community is firmly behind Benny Bautista. And as his coach pointed out, he said, I'm betting on Benny. And so are we.
So a couple stalling calls on Sonborn there, and Perry goes up 4-0 here in the first period.
They're going to call a stall on Perry.
Chicago coaching staff not very happy with that call.
He said, you keep doing it.
Yeah.
That's showing up the ref without showing up the ref.
It is. That's kind of a sideways way of going about it. Perry gets the leg in, really putting some pressure on Sonborn on top. We got another stalling on Sonborn on the bottom. That's the second stalling point, making it 5-0.
Sonborn saying, you got to be kidding me. I'm trying to get out of here. Here's another example of the weight differential in this category. Although Sonborn's pretty good on top.
Yeah.
And the period is in the books. They'll fix the score. My partner Tom Evans was right. It's 5-0. And we got a nosebleed for NYU's Bennett Sonborn. Tom, I can't thank you enough for being here today. My partner Tom Evans, a State of Ohio Wrestling Hall of Famer, National Wrestling Hall of Famer, just in the past calendar year, right, Tom?
2 years ago, actually.
2 years
Yep.
Quite an honor. Well
Really overwhelming. But, you spend a lifetime doing something and just having so much fun doing it. It really was overwhelming to be recognized for my time involved in the sport of wrestling.
And you've done it all. We confirmed today that you actually spent a little time as an official. So what's good about that, Tom, and it comes out in your broadcast, is you really understand everybody out there, the coaches, the wrestlers themselves, and then the guys that are trying to keep order. And you even recognize and understand the event organizers because you're doing plenty of that.
Yeah,
in the
absolutely,
high school
yep.
scene in northeastern Ohio. You know what it takes to put on a tournament. So this is the 285 championship final, and on top right now is Edward Perry. He's up 5-0 in this second period.
Coaches and referees both appreciate a well-run tournament where there's not big long delays and matches are run in a timely fashion and you keep things moving for them. Perry really working on top here.
Yeah.
Sonborn just really trying to cover up a little bit here.
He has not been able to get out for 2 straight periods now.
Perry brings him over and gets those hips on top. I don't know what the call's going to be here. Blood time.
Well, that almost is a gift to Sonborn because Perry has
is
really tight.
Really pouring the coals to him.
Second blood timeout in this match. Bennett Sonborn getting taken care of right now. Once your nose starts bleeding, it's just hard to stop it.
Good luck with that.
You just got to stuff it full of stuff.
And I used to keep a styptic pencil in the in the bag, and every now and again, if it would get bad, I'd put a little water on that, and it would burn, but it would cauterize the nose pretty doggone quick. Never any fun for the wrestler the day after. Perry with a commanding 5-0 lead. A takedown at a couple stalling points.
Mat 2 is, you can hear the sound of the tape being torn off the mat right now. They are not wasting any time. I'm sure here at the Veale Athletic Center there are student and intramural activities lined up for 4 o'clock.
Yep.
It is an active place on campus. Men's and women's basketball tomorrow, as the University of Chicago is here in the Veale, in the Horsburgh Gymnasium part of the Veale Athletic Center.
And you'll be here for that.
I'll be here for that. And tonight I'll be enjoying the fantastic brownies from your wife, Tom. One of the perks of having Tom Evans as a friend is his wife makes the best brownie this side of the Mississippi.
She found out I was working with you. She had to get the fire up the oven and make sure that I brought some brownies with me while she's in Cincinnati with the granddaughters volleyball. So Perry with those boots back in, really pressuring Sandberg right now.
Yeah, this one has really turned into a typical 285 match.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
with just a lot of body weight pressure.
It really just.
Just I'm going to lay on top of you.
Sonneborn, now he's going to go on top to start the third period, down 5-0. We saw he was effective on the top earlier, but Perry's really taken a lot out of him here the first 2 periods.
The team finals will not be available to Tom and I at the end of this match as we're ready to sign off. But all indications is that NYU will repeat as University Athletic Association champions.
Yeah, I think they had a pretty comfortable lead coming into this, and they've won their share of matches here tonight, this afternoon.
Yeah, morning has turned into afternoon here on the campus of Case Western.
Oh, nice job by Perry on the reversal. I think Sonneborn thought he was coming to his feet, and Perry turned quickly and ended up with a reversal on that to go ahead 7-0. And Sonneborn's got to have about 4 minutes of riding time at this point. Really, I got to believe he's got riding time locked up at this point.
All that's left in this one is just the time clock. This has been a complete domination.
Well, Perry's going to put Sonneborn on his feet, so we're going to go neutral here. So it's 7-1. Perry puts Sonneborn on his feet, and we're in a neutral position here, and Perry going to keep after him a little bit.
Well, I guess, if Sonneborn catches Perry and, in a moment, things could change in a heartbeat.
Oh, nice action by Perry there.
Yeah, he's really staying the aggressor.
Really, nice action there. Just kind of missed the pick right there, but really good aggressive work on his feet.
He's got the lead, and he's, not just sitting back on it.
And Sonneborn's just kind of, Perry's definitely in Sonneborn's lungs right now after those 2 periods of just riding him on top. Sonneborn with a nice whizzer as they go off the mat.
And they are off the mat. Like, not outside the circle, but completely off the mat. You talked about earlier about making the mats bigger. Let's bring that back for a moment.
Well, when they change the rules with these edge calls, so all you have to do is have 1 toe in, and you can keep wrestling. Well, if you look around the outside part of the mat, I think they're going to start making mats with a little bit more space on the outside. So once they touch the floor, all action stops. So if you got a toe on and your opponent wrestler touches the floor, no matter what's happening, the action stops at that point in time. That's the way the rule reads. So I think they're going to give them a little bit more room here, and we'll see what that does to the mat manufacturers.
And the athletic department budgets.
Perry with the sloppy shot, and Sonborn spins around behind him, gets a 3-point takedown.
And it's over.
And the final will be 8-4.
Well-earned win by Perry for the University of Chicago. Want to send some thank yous out as this 2025 version of the University Athletic Association Championship ends. First, like to thank TJ Shelton, the Director of Athletics here at Case Western Reserve University, for having Tom and I. Fast Eddie Karakas, the Sports Information Director in charge of wrestling, for having Tom and I. Jonathan Schwartz, the Vice President of Communications for the Athletic Department, for having Tom and I. And Tim Farrell from the University Athletic Association, their Communications Director, for throwing the idea out there to have us broadcast this championship final. So it certainly was our pleasure today. We'd like to thank Bruce Haberly, too, the NYU head wrestling coach, for joining us, talking about Benny Bautista and his fight for survival with brain cancer. We send our best wishes to Benny and that NYU family as the story continues for a wrestler who is, as you said, Tom, you know, wrestlers fight every day of their life. And this is just obviously a new and very serious fight for Benny Bautista. So our best to him. For Tom, my partner, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me. This was fun today. I'm glad you called and asked me to join in on it. You know what, a Saturday afternoon in February, and I'd be at a wrestling match someplace, and I was happy to do this one with you, Ron.
Glad to be here with you. So for Fast Eddie Karakas, the Sports Information Director here at Case Western Reserve University, specifically with the wrestling program, and for Tom Evans, my name's Ron Yance. We hope you enjoyed today's University Athletic Association Championship broadcast from the campus of Case Western Reserve. Good luck to everybody as the NCAA tournament is right around the corner. Have a great weekend, everybody. Tom, look at Tim here. Thank you.